Right, let's jump straight in. I've wasted enough time. I got held up. Welcome back to session 13 of Atelier Ryza. Potentially the last one, depending on how things goes. Today, we're covering all of the remaining DLCs. Yesterday, we covered episode Claudia, Atelier Claudia. So we've got Lentz, Tal, Empu and Lilla, and then the beach episode. So let's dive straight in. Lentz has been training daily, and even managed to slay a dragon. But one thought keeps running through his head. You control Lent. We defeated the dragon at the old castle. Everyone in town knows about it. Until lately, I barely even knew how to hold a sword. But before I knew it, I'd grown so much stronger. Except... am I really that strong? I've been asking myself that a lot lately. That's enough for today. Be sure to remember the lessons you've learned. Thank you, Lilla. If there's a man who can't make anything, give me the tool to... in the bed. Hey, one man, hope you're doing well. I've only got 2 trophies until we get the platinum. It's literally get Ryza's alchemy level to 99, and then make an item level 99. Which I can't do until I get the former, so that's it. I've got Braver, where you get all, like your Adventurer, Defender, and Support to level 10 with good equipment. I put that on Lilla. I beat the Super Boss, made a video of that. I've cleared the recipe book, because it doesn't count DLC stuff. So it's literally just, that's all I need to do. I was like, fine, let's just clean up this first. And the time of year, fair enough, dude. What's wrong, Len? You seem kind of out of it. Oh, hey, Tal. I was just thinking, have I really got any stronger? You must have, right? Remember you defeated a real-life dragon? I guess, but I'm just not sure. And I know why I'm feeling this way. It's because of Ryza. Huh? Why Ryza? Well, not her exactly. It's because of her alchemy. That she's used to help us all so much, you know? It's obvious how powerful it is. No way could I have done what I've done with my sword alone. Oh, now you mention it, yeah, I guess she is pretty strong. Right? How can I say I'm strong when I still rely so much on Ryza and her alchemy? I guess you won't know until you try and fight without her. Oh, but anyway, I actually had a reason for coming to see you. Ryza wanted to ask you a favour. Oh yeah? What is it? Ryza's pretty busy at the moment, so she wanted to see if you could gather some materials for her. Specifically, she wants some fresh meat. The quality doesn't matter, so can you help her out? Actually, Tal, why don't you and I go do it together? Huh? No way, it could be dangerous, right? We'll be fine if we go together. Just 2 good buds who can't use alchemy, right? Come on, it'll be fun. Seriously? Oh, I wasn't prepared for this. We can start out easy. We'll just head north and figure it out from there. The format of this episode is slightly different from the main game. In Lent's episode, you save at Ryza's Atelier. How's that any fucking different? What do you mean slightly different? What do you mean slightly different? That's exactly the fucking same. You just go into the Atelier and save. What? Oh, that's a cool image. 25. Okay, so this is earlier on because Claudia was 36. So this is like this episode's based earlier in the adventure. So they must have literally just done the castle run. Oh, okay. Gee, I wonder what path this DLC is going to take us. Damn, good slash. What? Do we really need resources? just throwing it out there. We're playing as Lent. It's not like Claudia. Like Claudia at least had the resources for cooking. What's Lent gonna use them for? Should go too deep into the forest. I thought you said go north. Alright. Unless he means go to the travel road, then go north. Oh, what's our equipment like? I'm sure it'll be fine. Let's just go. Oh, is it really just like Lent and Tao for this one? Oh, jeez, it is. At least, like, with Claudia, you had, like, Ryza and Lila with you. Oh, what items does this guy actually have on him? Heals and stat boosts. Okay. What does this little shit have? Actual weapons, got it. Get up the... There we go. Well, this is alright. Playing as Len. It's a bit different. I wonder if they're going to do more of this, though, in the sequel. Whether they, like... Well, obviously, it's still always going to be the Ryza show, but as in if there's going to be moments where you play as the other characters in Ryza 2, or if it's going to be back to just DLC again. Because that's what it feels like these episodes are, just experimenting with different faces. Because Claudia's was tiny, it was literally make a donut, the DLC ends. And I imagine this, just get some good meat, get home, the DLC ends. Tao will be some other side minor objective. The only one that's kind of might be interesting is Empel and Lila's. Because that one, like, the implication is like what they did after they left. It's like out, like, end of the journey and things like that, but we'll see. Ryza wants fresh meat, right? We can get that by hunting some of the animals around here. Right. Do you think they taste any good, though? No need to worry about that right now. Let's just hurry up and get started. Now Weasel's like, me? Uh-oh. Just turns around and books it. We can do this. Trust me, let's hunt down everything we can find. I really like to avoid fighting if possible. Let's just get what we need and get out of here. Shit. Alright, his range isn't as good as I thought it'd be. Because I do feel kind of bad I didn't have Lent in my party for that long. Like, I don't feel bad that I got rid of Tao, because he really was like begging to be replaced for Claudia, because Claudia's just better. But it's like Lent was actually a really good damage dealer. It's just Lila's a better damage dealer, so it made sense to replace him with her and keep Ryza as the all-rounder. And Empel, the only thing I regret not using Empel is that I got the trophy for trying all the fatal drives. And when I saw Empel, it's like he sends them to the fucking Shadow Realm. And I was like, oh, god damn it, if I knew he had that super, I might have tried to keep him around just for that. He literally, like, throws him into another dimension with his fatal drive. Like, he throws him into, like, an evil dimension that then starts beating the shit out of them. He's like, I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. Oh, at least the war powder's group wide, so we can get more out of it. Ow. Okay, so I've made some better decisions in my life. Yeah, let's get the fuck out of here. Okay, maybe we won't get the fuck out of here. Come on, Tao, use those little legs of yours. There we fucking go. Okay, so we're not strong enough to take that thing, but this is based after they took down the dragon. Okay, got it. Ryza, how much meat do you want? Fuck! Alright, fine. Once again, I said it during Claudia's DLC, but it still feels weird to see Ryza just standing around as an NPC. Okay, 3 of these guys. This should be better. We should hopefully get some meat out of this. Oh, it says red drop, so I'm optimistic. Oh, and I did, because I knew and complete the recipe book, I finally got the other item that you combine with the compass. And when I saw that, you know, it allows you to see what items you're going to get before you pick them up, before you, like, resource gather anything. Like, you know, like in Sophie 2, I was like, oh, so this game is the one that introduced it. You just have to go out of your way to get it first. And I hope Ryza 2 makes it default, because, like I said, having to get special shoes to go over rocks and getting a special thing to be able to see what resources you're going to get before you pick them up, both of them are just like, I'm glad Sophie 2 didn't do that and just made them, like, default, because that's just quality of life. Anyway, Ryza, here's your meat. Hey, Ryza, will this work? Oh, this is perfect. Thanks so much for helping out. Oh, I feel like I hardly have time to breathe. Hey, no worries, barely broke a sweat. Oh, really? Think I'd ask you another favor? Another one? What do you need now? Could you gather some unis for me? Unis? Like, just regular unis? Can't you get them from the tree by your house? Well, not really. Not any old uni. I'm looking for some silvers. Silver unis? Such a thing even exists? Shut the fuck up. Chow, shut the fuck up. They do indeed. I'm not sure exactly where to find them, but they shouldn't be too far from here. That's incredibly vague. But they're nearby, though. Let's just shake some uni trees and we'll find them eventually. No, not eventually. I need them right now. 6 to do the trick. Please, Len. Okay, if that important to you, I'll take care of it. Let's go, Tao. I'm going again. Fine, whatever. It's a good chance to practice my sword skills. And we'll find a silver uni sooner or later. I like how Tao has so much knowledge and history on, like, the world and its culture, yet didn't know that an alternate color of a uni exists. Like, his mind's gonna be fucking blown when gold unis are introduced to him. Is he aware that the honeycombs have different colors as well? I am kind of curious what Tao's DLC is going to be. Because, like, Claudia's makes sense for Claudia. Lent's makes sense for Lent. But it's like, what's Tao's going to be? We're going to have to, like... Is it going to go full Furious mode? We're going to have to take a fucking test. We have to take an exam or something to prove our, like, law knowledge or something. That'd actually be alright, to be fair. That'd be a nice pace breaker. I'm hoping at least one of them, like maybe Lilla and Impulse, is at least some kind of either tease or connector for Ryza 2. And they're not all just like fun mini episodes, because fun mini episodes is all alright and everything. But like that's what kind of made all of the first season of DLC for Final Fantasy 15 kind of forgettable. Like they were fun on their own, but they meant not much. Maybe episode Ignis had a bit more to it, but episode Gladiolus was just an arcade run that was based in the middle of the adventure. Promptos was just, hey, how do you like guns? And actually elaborating on the whole being a clone thing a little bit, which was actually appreciated because they kind of only barely touched upon it in the main game. but was still something. And Ignis was just an event you already knew about, but now in detail. It wasn't until Royal Edition and episode Arden that we started getting something new that was more significant and stand out. And I'd rather not reach the end of these DLCs and be like, oh, okay, they were just alright. Because so far that's how I'm feeling. Claudius was just alright. This is so far just alright. I'm not expecting them to like be anything super special and have like major new areas, because like I said at the start of these DLCs, having 5 of them usually means they're going to be smaller. If it's not like with Plachta, where, you know, that was just the only major real DLC for Sophie 2. And so, of course, it was going to be a whole unique individual dungeon. It's going to have its own story beats. It was going to be voiced. You know, because it was only one thing, so it could have more, like focused development. Whilst all this had to be more shared out. Because I think all 5 of these DLCs came out within, like, the next 6 to 9 months after the game came out. At the time. I know they were all out before Ryza 2. And Ryza 2, when I think about it, was only the year after. I think it was like late 2020, because it came out around the same time as the next gen consoles did. And obviously, 2021 was its DLCs and a few other things. 2022 has been Sophie 2. And now the next year is going to be Ryza 3. Jesus, we got 6 unis from that one tree, huh? Exactly 6, nice. And I hope I shouldn't ask for too much, because at the end of the day, the sheer workforce that Gust seem to have a new entry or something every single year is absurd. But I kind of hope it's not just Ryza 3 that we're getting from Gust next year. I know that's kind of cheeky to ask, especially because Ryza 3 is going full open world. But I genuinely want to hear anything about a Knights of Azure 3. Because I genuinely think with all the experience they've had since Azure 2 came out in 2017, with, you know, making bigger worlds, with different ways of writing styles, with, like, you know, different layers of how they handle characters through Blue Reflection and whatnot, and Knights of Azure 3 could be like one of the best action RPGs I've played in years, if they apply everything they've learned. Because it's there, like, I can see the glimmers. And so Knights of Azure 2, I would loved Knights of Azure 2, and I genuinely do enjoy what it does. If it wasn't for the fact the game has so many technical faults outside of the actual game, as in, like, the game fucking crashes all the goddamn time, kind of technical faults, that stopped it actually being that. And I think it's a shame that Gus never patched it or cleaned it up. I heard on PC it's a little bit more stable, but on console, yeah, it's kind of rough. And it's a shame, because I said, if it wasn't like that, I'd easily prefer the second game over the first. Yes, it's not non-linear like the first one was, but the actual levels are more focused and better designed than the first games. And the gameplay actually, you know, gives the new character a full moveset, and there's actually, you know, proper RPG mechanics, and not whatever Knights of Azure pretended was RPG mechanics. Because Knights of Azure 1, it's entirely dependent on your equipment. There's only 11 levels, and you can only hit level 8 before the game finishes. That's not an RPG system, really. Come on, you know? Like, that's such a low cap that the level doesn't matter. It's entirely on your equipment. Whilst the sequel, it actually has a proper level growth. I remember Syria, the last time I was impressed by an action RPG was Skyrim. Yeah, fair enough. So Knights of Azure 1, I liked it, but it was clunky as shit. So I really liked it. It's why I put it in my top 5 of, like, games I played this year that didn't come out this year. Because I genuinely had a blast with it. It was a really fun game to go through. I liked the alternate endings. I liked that the good ending is that Harness becomes a demon and gets the girl, instead of it being, like, someone has to die or something has to go wrong. You overthrow a secret government, and it's like, that's kind of just sick on a narrative point. But her personality is literally just female Dante, so she's fun to play off. And the level design and the levels as a whole, it all being an interconnected world, made it super fun to explore, to see what shortcuts link to what and how you could get around from here to there. And it was one of the better from my experience, because obviously I haven't played that many Atelier games, but from my experience, one of the better uses of a time restriction, because buffs can infinitely stack in the overworld, so they only let you spend 15 minutes in the overworld at any time before you have to retreat to the hotel room. So you can, like, so it's to stop you from just infinitely stacking, making it so you're way stronger than you have any right to be, and then, like, completely flushing out any enemy. You have to decide your time of how much time you're going to spend buff hunting, or boosting yourself, or taking down specific enemies to get what you want, before going to fight the threat, or if you're just, or if, do you think you're good enough and you can fight the threat now, sort of thing. I liked that gameplay formula. And the actual action gameplay of it not just being a character with 5 different weapons that have different movesets on top of 4 different demonic forms that also have different movesets. It was the fact that there was, like, what was it, like 21 demons in the game? And each of them had their own things that they could do, and you could control them and, like, level them up and buff them in different ways. So you had, like, your own personal army of AI-controlled monsters that, if you buffed in the right ways, made you nigh on invincible. Which is probably why they nerfed it to only 2 enemies, or 2 enemies you could turn to your side instead of 4 in the sequel. But then the sequel has its own thing, where you have to actually have a human partner with you. And depending on how much time you spend with them, boosts their affinity, which allows you to eventually date them. Just a shame that that game has not 1 but 2 fucking time limits going on at the same time, so you don't really get to spend much time with the girls on your first playthrough. It's only really in NG Plus you can start working on a lot of that. Because you have the time limit of you can still only go outside for so long, but you also have the time limit of you have an exact number of days, Majora's Mask style, before the world ends. So you have to keep moving, otherwise the world ends. And around the time I stopped streaming it, it wasn't just because the game kept crashing, it's because the game doesn't tell you how many days a main quest will mandatorily take to finish. And so when I had 5 days left, I was like, yeah, that's enough. That's more than enough time to finish the quest, because the last one only took me 3 mandatory days. Just for that quest, it didn't take me 6, so I was forced to fail. Just because it forces you to go home after set plot points, so it forces you to skip days. I was like, fucking goddammit. Like, if the game had a thing on the quest that said bare minimum this many days spare, it would have been fine. But because I didn't have that, and the game doesn't have that, I just got screwed. And after all the frustration, the game kept crashing, straight up losing progress as well. I was just like, you know what, I don't want to stream this game right now. I'll come back, because it was just getting too frustrating. And I still stand by it. All I need to do for a 3rd game, get rid of the time limit systems altogether, since they've already been kind of doing that with all their other games. And instead, just make it a non-linear game. All of them, I want them all to go and sit down and play Castlevania Curse of Darkness. Because that's the game I got the biggest vibes from, next to things like Raido, when I played Knights of Azure 1, with its non-linear map. Because Curse of Darkness is literally a giant non-linear map. It's not open world, it's a bunch of interconnected levels that are all just connected to each other, sort of thing. But, to get to different levels, you had to find different field power-ups you got from defeating other bosses. Like, there was a specific boss you would beat that would then give you wings to fly over a gap. There was a specific boss you'd beat that would then give you, like, super shoes so you could sprint past an obstacle that would usually kill you. Etc, etc. And then eventually you get a key to the sewers that unlocks, like, the second half of the map. Like, just do that with a Knights of Azure game. Let us just explore, like, a giant environment that's, like, basically a 3D Metroidvania, because that's what Metroidvanias are. Just an interconnected environment where you have to find specific collectibles to advance to the next chunk of the map. Just do that. Literally, just do that. That's all I want. And it's like, they do the first half of it in Knights of Azure 1 with the interconnected map, and they do the second half of it in Knights of Azure 2 in needing specific power-ups to get to certain areas. Because you have to get a specific demon to take out fire so you can go past a certain door. You have to find a specific demon that is super strong and can fly, so they can literally pick you up to fly you over gaps. Like, they've got the 2 pieces, just put them together, and then they've got it. And then just fine-tune some of the smaller details and make sure it doesn't, you know, crash all the time like the second game, and we're set. Knights of Azure 3 will be like the best action RPG Gus could make. And for them, I think it'd be a nice change of pace from all the Atelier games. Now Ryza is going to be done after February. Anyway, this is all you needed, right? The Silver Uni? Wow, yeah, this is it. Thank you so much. I'll be happy if you're happy. Aw, so what do you need all this stuff for anyway? Oh, nothing major, so don't worry about it. walks away immediately. That's really not suspicious at all. What the heck is going on? Beats me. So that's gonna be Claudia, because that's the only person it could, yeah, so that's the only person it could be that came in through the door. Oh, hello, Claudia. Hello, you two. Is everything okay? You seem kind of distracted. Oh, well, I just heard a very intriguing rumor from my father. What kind of rumor? Hope he hasn't been complaining about us again. The fame of humanity in life when every JRPG becomes an action RPG. It depends how it handles it. This game, it isn't even an action RPG. It's still turn-based. It's just the turns are timed. It's not you literally take your turn. They do theirs. It's that every action puts a timer on. So it's an active time battle RPG. To use it, it's an ATB RPG to be accurate, which was pioneered by Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 4 all the way to Final Fantasy 9 are all ATB RPGs, where every skill or item instead basically has a wait time after you use it before you can go again. But it's still, everything focuses on that, so there's still a schedule. It's not full action RPG. If it was action RPG, I'd be able to run up to the enemy and just spam square. And that's not what it is. And I like what they've done with this, but I'm biased because I grew up with Final Fantasy, so I like it. The only thing I'm not too keen on, and I hope they elaborate more on later, is that you kind of just forget about your teammates. Whoever you're in control of is the only one that matters. The other two just do their thing. And it kind of makes them irrelevant, whilst in things like Final Fantasy, that's not the case. Like, Final Fantasy IV has 5 main characters, and you're juggling all 5 of them, and it doesn't feel, like, overwhelming. Because you can see the bars of how long wait time each one is. You only have to press one button, and it snaps to the next one instantly. There's no transition or camera work. You tap triangle, and you just hit ding, and you're on a different character. And if it's like 3 down the list, you just tap it 3 times, and then you're there. I can't wait to play Final Fantasy IV. I can't stress enough. Like, I'm extremely fucking biased because Final Fantasy IV was literally the Final Fantasy that got me into Final Fantasy. It's my earliest Final Fantasy memories, and so of course I hold that game near and dear to my heart. But it doesn't change the fact it's like the pioneer of so much shit I love in RPGs. Like, it's literally the origin point of so many things that I absolutely adore in RPGs. That then 5 and 6 would go on to elaborate and evolve on in different ways. Always played the OG Final Fantasy games on SNES, though it's not my favourite SNES game. Fair enough. Also, like, the original 3 on NES are straight up just JRPGs, because there's no wait time. You just take your turns and they happen. 4, 5, and 6 are the ones... As I say that, I don't know if the Pixel Remaster updated 1, 2, and 3 to have wait times. We'll have to see when they come out. To, like, modernize them for the rest of them. We'll just have to see when they come out. But 4, 5, and 6 had the active time battle system, making them ATB RPGs. Well, no one has ever heard of that. Well, the thing is, like, when I was a kid, I was, like, the one Final Fantasy kid. I knew another kid who grew up with SNES games, and they were Chrono Trigger, which is also Square, and I get that people love that game. Good Gemfire? I know that game. I know that game, I've heard of it before. I haven't played it, but I've definitely heard of that game before. And then the few people that weren't into Chrono Trigger are into Secrets of Mana, and that's the one I don't get. Like no disrespect to people that like Secrets of Mana, like, no disrespect to them at all, but I don't fucking get it. I've tried to play that game so many times, and every single time I put it down after like a couple hours. I'm like, this game's just not fun. And so for people that love it, like, kudos. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad you love it. I'm glad it's an important game to you. Some of its music fucking rules, I'll give you that. But Jesus Christ, I could not get into that. Like, Chrono Trigger, I like it. I've played it. I didn't play it until I was an adult because I was really stubborn as a kid. I tend to just like the general philosophy. But it's like, there's a way of handling modernizing. That's the problem. If it's like, and I'm going to sound like a complete weeb here, if you just do like the Western approach to modernizing, then yeah, most of them are boring because their way of modernizing is just take things away and make it more movie-like. And so most of them bore the crap out of me. The biggest proof of that to me is Uncharted 4. I fucking was so disappointed in Uncharted 4. The story's good, and that's the only thing good about it. The gameplay is pathetic. The puzzles are non-existent. The map is way too big with nothing going on. Like, And it's like, oh, but it's realistic and it's more cinematic. And I'm like, I don't give a shit. The game's boring. Give me Uncharted 3. Even if that game made no sense and was rushed, at least it was still a game. You know? Did you play Valhalla? It's my biggest case. No, the last Assassin's Creed I played was Black Flag. Because after that I was kind of done. I played literally, I did a marathon ages ago and I did 1, 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, 3. 3 fucking made me want to scream. I think 3 is one of the most boring games I've ever played in my life. And then I played 4, and I liked 4 quite a fair bit, but I was one of those, I think I should step away now. Which is a shame, because despite how terribly it launched, I've heard after they cleaned it up, Unity was actually pretty good. And that's like the one I didn't play, because I stopped. And it was actually, Syndicate was actually kind of boring, and then obviously we got all the modern RPG-focused ones that I just have zero interest in. I know the new one doesn't have RPG mechanics, and they're trying to make it go back to basics, as part of Ubisoft's, we'll see, but Ubisoft's plan to try and make it so franchises get to be themselves again. They admitted in an interview a while ago that trying to make all of their games appeal to everyone wasn't working. And so they wanted to change their focus and wanted to change their structure to let each of their properties be more individual again, to let them sit and suit their niches more, which is why the next Assassin's Creed's not going to have RPG mechanics. And I'm like, okay, cool. You're gonna find it boring, but please play for the Jack the Ripper DLC. Listen, I don't have an opinion on it. I've just not heard good things from Syndicate. I just heard that the game just kind of exists. And it's just there. I was just like, oh, alright. Maybe one day I'll go do some proper like Assassin's Creed runs. Because I did go through, like I said, the only reason I did that marathon is because I was enjoying them. It was around Revelations I started to notice the dip. Like, Revelations is still really good, but I was like, this game's not Brotherhood. This game's not as good. Ugh. And then 3, I said 3 just bored the shit out of me. That game's so bad to me, personally. It's so boring. Where's the Let's Play on Jack the Ripper? I might do. I'm going to rumor, he's been complaining about us again. No, nothing like that. Apparently people have been seeing a strange light in the night sky. A light? Where at? I guess it's coming from Meteor Castle. They say it's visible from the large hill in town. The light is quite ominous, it seems, and many think it's the glow of some kind of monster. Meteor Castle? But we already defeated the dragon that was living there. And there's a wild takes I vehemently disagree on. Which one? What ones? Revelations, best out of the 3 Ezio games. Revelations burnt me out. I know I'd marathon this, it didn't help, but like 2 had a great map, well, maps and different areas. It's only Venice, so to get a little tiring. But the growth was good, the story was enjoyable, the level design was brilliant. I genuinely enjoyed it. Brotherhood, although I didn't think it was as good, it still was like the whole of Rome was fun to explore, and I like the mechanics. My problem with Brotherhood is that the plot is literally just 2 but rehashed. It's more about what happens behind the scenes that's important in that game. It's literally, oh no, another member of the family's died. Oh no, you need to go out and get revenge. Oh no, you've lost all your stats, go start again. And you're like, fucking please. Like, that's the whole of Brotherhood. I'm just like, please, we just did this. And Revelations is just grumpy old man waddling another giant town that wasn't even as memorable and had as many landmarks as what Rome did in Brotherhood. And then it kind of ended, and I was like, oh, okay, bye then. Like, it just existed for me. I didn't enjoy it as much. I still liked it, but for me, I was like, in terms of what they are, like, Brotherhood wasn't as good as 2, and Revelations wasn't as good as Brotherhood. I ironically liked the DLC of Revelations, though. The one where you're in the modern world and you're doing, like, first-person platforming and shit. I know that's kind of weird, but I kind of liked that. But then I played AC3, and AC3 was like, this game's just bad. Yeah, 2's mechanics are dated. I won't disagree with that, but in terms of how much I actually still enjoy it regardless of that, it's no contest. 2's still my favourite one. Texture, but none of it stuck out to me. That's the problem. And especially platinuming all of them when I did the Ezio collection. 2, you kind of just glance to your side and you get the platinum trophy once you've done everything. You're just getting the collectibles and then you're done. Brotherhood, there was like a few annoying niche ones where it was like kill an enemy in a hyper-specific way 10 times, or like escape from this situation specifically this time, or do certain ways certain other ways, and whatnot. In Revelations, it's like, hey, here's the most awkward, most insufferably annoying fucking thing that we're gonna have to do just 100% one mission. Alright, you finally did it, congratulations. Now on to the very next one. Fucking kill me. Like, in-game. Like, it was just... Revelations drained the life out of me. It's the only one I haven't platinumed, because I gave up, because I just didn't enjoy doing it. But that's entirely just me. I know people that love it and swear by Revelations, but for me, Revelations was the first crack. And my backup on that one is that it's the first one where the original director of Assassin's Creed wasn't involved. The original director of Assassin's Creed did 1, 2, and Brotherhood, but then when Ubisoft demanded there be a new Assassin's Creed game every year, they pieced out, and you fucking see it in Revelations. Even if you like it, and even if you prefer it to the other ones, there's no denying it's different from the other ones, because it was a different lead developer, it was a different design philosophy, and it was the first one that was directly under the 1-year demand that had to be made in 12 months and out the door. So there are things that just are different, there are things that are just handled differently, there are things that are just don't feel like Assassin's Creed to me. Fantastic, if not for Connor. Jesus. 3 would have been good if they just got rid of it and made a different fucking game. I'm gonna level with you. Nothing in 3 was fun. The forest, like, took forever to explore. The fact that you get quick travel so goddamn late was so unnecessarily painful. You're like, chapter 9, you're like, please let me just warp instead of running through the whole fucking forest. Just to get to one place. All of the villains die to the exact same QuickTime event. They pin you to the ground, you press one button, and you hidden blade them in the neck. In that Haytham Kenway was incredible. And it's like, and that's the thing, it's like, I was so gutted with 3. I was like, 3 could have been something special, and it was so, ugh. It just is. And so I went into AC4 Black Flag with like 0 expectation after 3, just like, I'm just gonna see where this rabbit hole goes, and was genuinely surprised because it was actually fun. Not all of it was brilliant, there were still some cracks, but it was actually really fun. I liked upgrading the ship, I liked exploring the islands and seeing what I could find on the seas, I liked hunting down those legendary ships at the end of the game. I loved Kenway. The main character is such a goddamn trait in that game. Edward is so fun. I think that was his name. Like, everything in Black Flag was genuinely a blast. I legit didn't care for Black Flag, and that's fair enough. We seem to be polar opposites on this one man, in terms of AC. In terms of Assassin's Creed, we seem to be polar opposites. But like, Black Flag, it was such a breath of fresh air after how draining 3 was. That being said, I never 100%ed 4. Because there were some minor things that just started to kind of exist, and I was like, okay, do I really want to do this, and that, and that, and that, and that? No, I don't. But then that's a Ubisoft game. Like, that's a Ubisoft game for you. That was around the time that Ubisoft games, all of them started to turn into what we know now as the checklist simulators. Where all of them just have like 1,000,001 things to do that kind of mean nothing, but are just there for collectibles to tick boxes. Which I'm glad that Ubisoft, obviously we'll have to fucking see, but I'm glad to see that Ubisoft seem to be wanting to move away from that. And just have some of their franchises keep doing what they do. Like, probably Far Cry will probably keep doing it, but Assassin's Creed trying to be less RPG focused, it's like, that's a good sign. Now, can you make Splinter Cell a pure stealth game and not an open world collectathon while we're at it? That would be nice. You know, speaking of Splinter Cell, can we just have Splinter Cell 7, please? You can't be like, we're celebrating the 20th anniversary of Splinter Cell and not release a game for 9 of them. It's not really much of a celebration if there's nothing's happened since 2013 for the franchise. Makes Ghost Recon as a 5 to 10 years ago. Yeah, like, make Ghost Recon go back to, like I said, to quote Ubisoft, they want some of their franchises to go back to their niches. And focus more on what made them work in their heydays, instead of making them all just giant open world collectathons. And so I'm hoping, yeah, the next Ghost Recon will feel like Ghost Recon again. The next Splinter Cell will feel like Splinter Cell. Etc, etc. They'll actually remember Rayman at some point in the next decade and do something with him again. Instead of making him DLC for Rabbids, which is baffling because Rabbids were enemies in a Rayman game. It's like, how has Rayman's career dropped off that much that he has to be DLC for his nemesis' games? Once Wolfhead soon realized the disappointment of what it had become. Yeah, that's fair. We'd feed the dragon was living there. Maybe there's still something lurking there. We should probably tell Ryza and... Wait, Tao. back here for a sec. Right, he's gonna be like, this is my chance to prove myself, isn't he? Claudia's like, what the fuck are those two doing? What is it? According to Claudia, there might be a monster in Meteor Castle, right? Right, that seems like a pretty big maybe. The looks were still incredible. Good. I think that's the best thing. Like, sometimes, like, there's a bunch of games from my childhood or when I was like a preteen or whatever that I have fond memories of, but I'm hesitant to return to as an adult in case I see all the faults kid me overlooked. And it's entirely because of fucking Looney Tunes Space Race that I have that anxiety and fear. Because I loved that game as a little kid. I adored it. I played it all the damn time. I came back to it and I was like 16 or 17, and it was the most boring thing I'd ever played in my life. I was just like, oh my god, this game's not fun. This game's so basic. Like, the maps like are so tiny and simple. All of them are basically just circles with different aesthetics. There's only one power-up, and it's boost. So for a kart racer, there's like no way to really fight your enemies. Like, the level design, even the harder tracks are kind of weird. And, like, you're done in an hour, and it's just like, oh no. And, like, after that, I was like, I've been so hesitant. Like, I had it a little with Sonic Heroes as well. And that's mostly because I played the PS2 version, which is my own fault. But Sonic Heroes, like, that game's got some weird momentum problems and some really long load times that I don't remember being there when I was a kid. And I know a lot of it's because it's the PS2 version. Like, anyone who plays Sonic Heroes will tell you avoid the PS2 version at all costs because it's the worst version. It has the worst render distance, it's the only one that doesn't support widescreen, and has the worst loads. And, like I said, has weird physics in places, because it originally was never going to be a PS2 version, but Sony made a demand to Sega that they put it on the PS2, so there it is. Like, anyone would say, play either the GameCube or Xbox original version. Preferably the Xbox original, because it has the best, it's the only one that's 60 FPS, I believe, and is the one that has the best render distance. Whilst GameCube, I think, is 30, but still is pretty good. Let's check it out. If there is a monster there, we'll take care of it ourselves. But that's crazy talk. We defeated a dragon there, right? I'm sure we'll be fine on our own. Maybe, but I don't want to hear any excuses. Let's just go. I'm still kind of worried. You're gonna make us just let us cut through Pixie Forest. What, are you gonna make us go all the way around? God damn it! Yeah, they're gonna make us go all the way around. Just get rid of the boulders. Let us cut through Pixie Forest. Nations within their own game. Fair enough. But then, speaking of Sonics and Sonic Heroes, and I keep on saying it, and I think if I just say it enough, maybe I'll will it into existence. But Sega have finally taken on board, after 31 years of Sonic being a thing, that rushing Sonic games is not a good idea, and letting the dev team work on it until it's finished is the better idea. Whilst they're working on the year of free updates next year, and when they're eventually working on Frontiers 2 or whatever they make next, do you want to, like, maybe release some of those PS2 era games? Like, port them to modern hardware, Sega? Oh. Instead of it always just being Sonic 1, 2, and 3, and every now and then Adventure 1 and 2. And if you are going to do it, can you, like, actually put effort into the Adventure 1 and 2 ports? Because there's so many people that think those games are bad because they've only played the most recent port that doesn't work. And they're like, oh, these games have aged hideously, they barely function. I'm like, play the original on Dreamcast, it functions perfectly there. They've just never done a good port for these poor games. Is it the best 3 tracks that made FPS compilations of all of them? It's mental. Like Gimme Danger by Frank Black, Battle Axe by Deftones, and Hero. All fantastic tracks. That's sick. That's cool. Like I said, the two of us can handle this just fine. Don't get your guard down, Len. This is a really dangerous area for just 2 people. I know. Lila would have a field day if she heard I lost because I got too cocky. Just saying, let's be careful. I will, don't worry, come on. Oh, can Len fit through gaps? No. No, he's too thick. Got it. Oh yeah, I just realised we actually get to listen to the normal battle theme again instead of like the late game battle theme. I think I probably prefer the late game battle theme over the early game. It's just the early game's kind of got like a nice nostalgic bounce to it. Deal physical damage? I mean, yeah, you got it, Chief. Does that count? No? That doesn't count? What the... What do you mean? It has to be a skill, it can't just be an attack. God, these two are not fun to play as. These two are so slow. When it's just these two, like, wow. Jeez. Alright, note to self. Don't bother any enemies, just move. Don't bother any enemies, just go fight the boss, because the boss will probably be geared to our level anyway. Because we get barely any experience from these fights anyway. And we can just enjoy this violin for a bit longer. I do genuinely think Daytime Volcano is one of my favourite environmental tracks in the game. Because I'm such a sucker for that violin. It's just fun to let it just kind of crack on and just do its thing. Whilst the night version kind of slows it down just enough to make me prefer this one. Which is funny because we're going to the area where it's the opposite way around. The castle, I prefer the night theme over the day theme. Alright, let's see what we find. Are you the glint? Was that the monster? Was that monster here last time we came here? Not sure. I don't remember seeing it. Maybe it just like moved in. Maybe. There's no reason monsters have to stick in just one area. The dragon's a good example of that. That's true. The dragon was brought here thanks to some kind of device, right? Yeah. But I have no idea if this monster was summoned the same way. I wonder. I don't think we can just sneak by that thing without being noticed. What do you want to do? Simple. We walk right up to it, take it down, keep on going. I was afraid you'd say that, so he isn't too strong. Oh, okay, never mind. We can't get an action order 2 start. Ready, Tao? No, but I don't really have a choice. That's the spirit. It's fine. I'll take care of everything. Let's do this. We break its guard with one, I think. Ow. Well, assuming it doesn't break ours first. Reduce attack? Yeah, sure, let's do that. Ow, ow, ow. Yeah, it's a good thing I reduced your attack. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, it's only doing like 1 damage per hit. Okay, yeah, no, we're fine. Oh damn! I don't think I've ever seen the type level 3 variant of that attack. Tell you that hammer is so irritating. You mean because he fucking doesn't? He just kind of is. It's almost like he's a child who doesn't like fighting, being forced to fight, so just uses whatever. I get it. Don't worry. Like, hopefully he'll get better in the sequel when he's 3 years older. That's his extra order. That was just 16 damage. Ow! That thing just did like more than that in moments. I know how to swing a hammer. Yeah, but imagine if you were a child who didn't like using the hammer and then was forced to, I guess. Oh, god damn it. We managed to beat it. Looks that way. And also, did you ever wield hammers that were as big as you? Because that's what Tao's doing. That's like a full-on sledgehammer. Not to use the butt end as a primary method of hitting an opponent. Basic logic states the main part of the hammer is its head. Yeah, true. But it has got a point on the end, so I guess that's the point. It's a blade at the end, so you can use that as well. Expected. It seems like it just shrug off most of our attacks. Yeah, I got the same feeling. It was always telling me to change tactics depending on the enemy, because that's what she meant. The few options we have, the more narrow our path to victory. It might make things tough. Ryza did really open up a lot of options for us, didn't she? Yeah, it's clear to me now that we'll need her alchemy for our adventures in the future. Well, let's just head to the castle for now. Used to jump hoops just by Tao's usage of the hammer. I said there's a spike on the end, so it makes enough sense in that regard, but yeah, you would use the blunt end more. So I imagine this DLC is now just going to be head up to the top, fight whatever it is, and then it'll end. Because we don't need to gather resources, because there's literally no alchemy or cooking or anything. It's just, you have your stuff, go. The whole point of this DLC is them trying to prove, and failing, that they can still be strong and find just without Ryza's alchemy. Isn't using the full swing of his hammer either. I said maybe he'll learn. He'll go to like hammer usage practice or whatever in like the 3-year gap between this game and the sequel. We'll have to see. I said we probably won't see because I'll probably put him out of the party immediately. Jesus. Alright, let's go fight the gold bird. Let's go fight Ho-Oh. For Pokemon. Learn, is that Shining Dragon? So he really does exist. Look at Tao just leaning behind the pillar instead. It must be the light everyone's been talking about. There's really no point in leaning out when Lent's standing right in the open. Tao, come on. Can't say for sure. It seemed like a logical assumption. Other than the fact it's glowing, it doesn't seem to have be any different from any other dragon. Right, we have to assume it's at least as strong, maybe even stronger. There's no way the two of us can handle that. You never know until you try. The dragon's like, what the hell are you talking about? Ah, crap, here it comes. I mean, he's calling something from a wave spell. Yeah. Right, my plan. Play as the kid. Throw ice. Oh, it resists ice bombs. Never mind. Never mind. Abort the plan. Never mind. Actually, I did decent stun. I might just do this. I might just get that stun up and then just go from there. Jeez, it's a race to see who stuns who first. Actually, no, you're stunned. Oh, okay, so when they're already stunned, tough shit. Got it. Got it. Thanks, game. Good to know. Bad I just wasted that. Uh-oh. Oh, he might die. Okay, I didn't do anywhere near as much as I feared. Oh, it got free, barely short. That's right, I'll just top up a heal. Oh, not again. Please be enough. Good. I was like, please be enough to interrupt it so we don't have to put up with this shit again. Nearly there. 371 to go. Or 360. Hey, 69. Guard's gonna be broken, you need to be careful. Yeah, that's I knew that was coming, so I was like, I'm just gonna do that now. Just to make sure he survives whatever comes next. Go, 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 quick! Okay, we should win. We should be fine. There we go. That fight wouldn't have been anywhere near as hard if we just had, like, anyone other than Lent and Tao. It feels like. And it wasn't even that the fight was hard, it was just close. We got Dragon of Light scale, so that would lead to something else. Tao's weapon, change from the ballpoint hammers, and carry a full repertoire of them. That'd be cool. We did it. We really did it, just the two of us. Damn straight we did. I knew we could do it, Tao. Now let's never do something like that again. But still can't believe something like this showed up here out of nowhere. I'm not sure how it works, but Empel did say that the summoning device is still active. Maybe something happened and caused it to summon another monster. But it was definitely different from the dragon we beat before, plus the fact that it's still glowing. Apparently it summons whatever matches its wavelength. I guess there's different kinds of dragons. Just like the monsters that we ran into on the way, there's no way of knowing why they're there. After all, if I asked you why we're here, you wouldn't really be able to answer that, right? We just happened to be here. Don't really follow. Anyway, let's head home before it summons anything else. Yes, please, I'm done with fighting for a while. Or whatever, he says, like putting himself back into the reserve of the main party. Right, so we'll be like, where were you two this time? I've been looking all over for you. That's it, Ryza's gonna go full mum mode. It's like, where the hell did you two just fuck off to with no warning? Sorry, we had some business to take care of. Yeah, don't worry about... Huh? What's that amazing smell? Oh, you finally noticed, eh? Well, take a look. Ta-da! This is why I was looking for you. What is it? I call it Uni and Meat Stew. Ryza 2, I'm not a fan of mechanics. Everything else is vastly superior to Ryza 1. Well, I'll get to that when I get to that. I want to discover that for myself. Uni and meat? Oh, so that's why you asked her to get that stuff. Bingo! Actually, it's kind of a pain to make. So, why do you decide to make it all of a sudden? You don't exactly do a lot of cooking. Rude! I'm a great cook when I'm in the mood. Empel and Lilla were telling me about their travels. They mentioned this dish and it sounded so delicious I just had to make it. Wow, really? Oh, that's awesome. It just so happens I'm totally starving. Then let's dig in. But you better not freak out when you see how tasty it is. Oh, all the DLC is going to end with them eating something. Claudia's ended with giving Empel donuts. Now we're eating like a group dinner. Oh, this really is good. No wonder you're so confident, Ryza. Yeah, it's really great. I'm a horrible cook, so I'm very impressed. I've played your DLC. That's a lie. Thanks. Empel and Lilla deserve some of the credit for teaching me how to make it. It uses ingredients easily found in the wild, so it's a good dish for when you're traveling. Of course, if you really want to bring out the flavor, it requires all sorts of preparation. Yeah, that's the real time-consuming part, but I think it turned out pretty good. And that's why you've been so busy. So you've got a way to gain 300... or 30 even, sorry. My body's getting hotter, like I'm getting stronger just by eating it. Exactly. You never know when you'll eat next when you're traveling, so even a small amount fills you up. So let's fight some monsters when we're done. There's a new one at Meteor Castle, right, Claudia? We're really strong now, right? So we can defeat anything. So I was just like, oh, for God's sake. What's with you two? Oh, well, it's just that we went and beat it. So you already defeated it? You didn't even invite me? Aw, that's disappointing. Sorry, but I thought I had to test my own strength without the help of alchemy. So, what was the verdict? It was just Tao and me, but we came out victorious, so I'm happy with the outcome. But it was pretty tough at times. You may remember how nice it is having Ryza by my side. I was so focused on becoming stronger myself, I almost forgot what great allies I had next to me. So thank you. Only here today because you were all there to help me. Then can we stop doing that kind of reckless stuff from now on? Even Lilla laughed because it said all. End of episode. Okay, that one was kind of alright. So let me break it down. We get some meat. We get some silver unis. We fight a dragon. Main story events have been unlocked. New enemies. Why is that? Oh, I'm guessing you can fight the gold dragon now. In the main story. That's what that is. And a new photo mode pose. Alright, 2 down, ready to go. Next is... Oh, this little shit. Alright, episode Tau, Interwoven Fate. Ryza uncovers a mysterious chunk of metal, and the 3 longtime friends decide to scour the island for clues about its true nature. Oh, are we going to be on the island for the whole of it? So no combat, please? So I love the combat system when I'm in full control of it, but these DLCs, you're not. You have presets. It's not as fun. Raisin Bone, here on Kirken Island. My 2 best friends are Lent and Ryza. We were born here, and we grew up together. We've been friends for as long as we can remember. Tower, read the secrets say you were born. Looking back, we were also born here, don't we? Caused all kinds of havoc in our peaceful town. One man, you're making me laugh too much. Which gave us a little bit of a reputation around here. Oh yeah, back at the start of the game where everyone hated Ryza and gang for existing. I like to think we brought some excitement to their lives. This is how it felt. Like, everyone was going, oh, it's Ryza, up to trouble again. When people started calling us the 3 little stooges. And all I really wanted to do is sit and read all day. Those peaceful days will soon be behind us. With the windmill that actually functions at a decent frame rate, Game Freak. An outsider has come and may change things forever. No, nothing's biting today, I guess. Ryza, that's not how you fish. You don't just randomly yank and hope something's in there. We've been having so much fun lately. Don't you two think so? Yeah, you're spending a lot of time outside the village. Way more exciting than before, right, Tal? I guess. I'd rather be reading, honestly, but I guess it's fun discovering new things. Exactly. I feel like my whole world got so much brighter after Empel told me about alchemy. I still have a lot to learn, but it feels fresh and new. So is this space even like further back? Is this like even maybe before like the Atelier was built? Because that's the impression I'm getting. If they're all fucking around here instead of outside the Atelier. But still, sometimes it's just nice to relax and spend a day fishing. If I catch something. Huh? Oh, I did catch something. I wonder what is this? What you got there? A knife! No! I'm sorry. It's a hunk of metal. Kind of looks like some kind of coin. Let me take a look. You might be able to identify it. Thought maybe it was some ancient form of currency, but it doesn't look like it. How can you be so sure? I don't recognize any designs. It isn't marked with a value, and it doesn't look like it was molded. I see. So then, what is it? I have no idea. It might be part of a larger object, but nothing on the island comes to mind. That sucks. So it's just a piece of junk? No, I don't think so. It's something that doesn't exist anywhere on the island. It's very interesting. Empel might know more something about it. He's kind of an expert on weird stuff like this. Yeah, that's true. Okay, let's go talk to him. It's slightly different from the main game. You have to save in Ryza's bedroom, because that's the normal thing that we do. What's this one? Oh, Ryza's level 7. Yeah, okay. This is like before they built the Atelier. This is before Empel and Lilla moved out of the village. This is like early. Oh, come on then, you little shit. Let's move. Okay, I was saying, please don't tell me this is his default running speed. He's slow as fuck. Wait, what's his swing like? Terrible. Got it. Come on, you little kid. Can we warp? Oh, we can. Okay, I'll just do that. Oh, actually, I should check. Okay, so the forest and the road is going to be involved in this DLC, so we probably do a little bit of fighting. Tower and his weapon usage. It's just like what? That's not how you swing a hammer. It's terrible. Ah, what brings you free here? Can I help you with something? Actually, yeah. Do you have any idea what this might be? That Ryza fished it out of the canal. You have like a little just done ball points. Yeah, I think that'd be fun. Oh, yeah, well then let's take a look. I am curious if some characters' weapons change throughout the games. Sort of like how Fierce went from using a staff to using a bow. Because she spent too much time with Leonie, but like besides that, because, you know, it gave her a new set, a new arsenal, and made her more interesting to play as. Like, I'm curious to see if Claudia will still use the flute, or whether she'll pick up a weapon in the next game or something, where she's a bit older and a bit more mature. Anyway, let's take a look. It looks like metal. We don't really have much metal. Oh, that's Tao talking. Tao's balls just dropped very suddenly. Whoops. It looks like metal. We don't really have much metal here. So you're just wondering. Yes, I see. So, do you know what it is? Fierce is better with a bow. Yeah, I agree. I preferred Fierce with the bow. Yes, like some of her moveset was just borrowed from Leonie, but it made sense in the story that she'd spent like all these 5 years traveling with Leonie. Of course, she was going to pick up a couple things. But simply, no, I have no idea. Oh, come on, we were sure you'd know. Now, not so fast. I don't know for sure, but I do have an idea I'd like to explore. However, I don't have enough evidence to pursue this line of thought. Evidence? Additional objects to make a more accurate judgment. Do you happen to find anything else? No, we found this by total luck, but if we could find more stuff like it, it might help you. It would certainly improve our odds. Naturally, the more objects I have, the better. Well then, why don't we look for more stuff? That might lead us to an amazing discovery. Yeah, this is starting to sound like fun, but where should we even start? I wish I knew. I haven't been here long enough to get a good feel for the island's geography. God, is it super early? I said they're still in this house. Well, if we're looking for metal, maybe we should start by digging up the earth. And this metal doesn't seem to corrode, so any other pieces should still be in good shape. I wonder if that bronze coin's actually from like the machinery that keeps the island afloat. And because, you know, this is way before they learn any of that, they have no idea yet. You want to just start digging? You sound like a regular farmer. I guess so. If I had to guess, I'd say the Raisin District would be the best place to start. Why is that? Because it's where we found this first piece. Plus, the Bone District has less exposed earth. Alright, there's a most promising lead. Let's start there. Thanks a bunch, Empel. Do you really think they'll find anything? We'll see. I suppose, if it's what I think it is, it's certainly worth searching for. We heard the door close. Why? We heard the door close sound effect. Why are we still here? Raisin District. I shouldn't be overly critical because I don't know how quickly these DLCs were pumped out and what schedules they were on to do it. But it's like there's little things I'm noticing in all of these DLCs that make them a little less, you know? Like weird sound effects or weird battles or weird moments or just in general odd writing. Like some of it's cute, but that's about it. And I know it's just because I said DLC, less time, effort and money put into it. It's just the nature of the beast. How about around here? In front of this house? I don't know. I don't think we're going to find anything around my house. This is your house, Tao? I never knew that. I take it back. We actually learned something interesting. I never realized this was your house. Are you sure? Have you actually searched for anything here? No, but I see this place every day. If there was anything out of the ordinary, I think I'd notice. But you've never dug into the ground, right? There could be totally be something hiding here. She does have a point. Yeah, let's dig up the giant hole in front of your house. I'm sure your parents would be really pleased by that. No, not that I actually think there's anything here. Right, we can't just assume without actually doing anything. Alright, guess we should start digging. That's the spirit. Now let's get to work. Okay, they're not actually digging a hole. They're more just like doing handwork. Like putting your hand in the dirt, seeing what you can stumble into. Well, we didn't find a thing. Pretty much exactly what I expected. Told you. Sure I would have found something at some point. Well, it's just how it goes sometimes. Give me a break. Oh, no, does the sign say anything? No. No, the sign says nothing. Can't wait for these to be worthless as well. That's the thing, because there was absolutely nothing even remotely resembling alchemy in Lent's DLC. There was no reason to pick up anything. And because you barely got any experience, there was no reason to fight anything either. Where's the objective suggest we go? Secluded farm. The goat... Okay, so just go to the farm and run around, got it. Let's take a look here. Just normal farmland, right? Not going to find anything. Yeah, because they have to dig out parts of the ground to help set up the farmland anyway. Yes, that's true. After all, we've never found anything before. Alright. I guess we've never actually been looking for anything before. Well, it's buried deep down, so no one's ever dug it up till now. Yeah, really can't ignore that possibility. Alright, let's get to digging. Ryza's continue to be a fucking workhorse on these two. Alright, let's go check this out. Now start digging. Alright, that didn't work. Let's go somewhere else. Now start digging. Yep, not a thing. Well, we looked everywhere too. When you think about it, this is a farm, right? So the ground gets dug up all the time. Yeah, totally true. Why didn't we realise that earlier? That was like, I realised it. I quit. Let's just go home. Hey, hold on. You haven't found anything yet. Come on, Len. What's going into you? Are you serious? This whole thing is pointless. The longer we do this, the stupider I feel. You don't know it's pointless until you finish the job. Says you? Personally, I hate doing anything that doesn't have a clear end. Well, maybe it's just because you're accustomed to using your body rather than your mind. Oh yeah? Because you're a real genius having us waste our time digging ditches all day. What did you say? Hey, come on, Len, that's too far. I believe you'd say something like that to me. Well, it's true. Anyway, unlike you, I actually have work to do, so I'm out of here. What the heck is his problem? Didn't have to be so mean about it. Hey, you're right. Dang it, Len. Go ahead, Ryza. You can go home too. We're not going to find anything anyway. No, Tao, I'm sticking with you. Huh? I still want to find what that thing is. Besides, I'm the one who pulled it up and got us into this. So I want to see it through to the end, even if it's just the two of us. Ryza. Thanks, Ryza. I don't want to give up halfway through either. Let's keep going. Alright, so what do we do now? I don't think we'll find anything doing what we're doing. Yeah, you're right. At times like this, I like to go back to the beginning. And since you fished it out of the canal, that's where we should go. Is that what you're saying? Exactly. Our assumption is that it floated down there from somewhere upstream, right? Yeah, okay, let's go check it out. I kind of get Lent just being like, we're just running around digging holes. I don't think he should have been such of a dick about it, but I get that he was just being like, come on, we're not actually doing anything here. We're not actually achieving anything. We're literally looking for a needle in the haystack here, and we don't even know if there's even a needle in it. SpongeBob's ruined me in that saying, because there was one joke that SpongeBob made in an early episode where they where Sandy throws a single strand of hay in a stack of needles, and ever since then I always go to say find the hay in the needle stack, and I'm just like, that's not the saying. But that is just because that one joke stuck with me in SpongeBob for no reason, and so every time I have to stop and think about it, I go, no, it's the other way around. I should just start saying hay in the needle stack and just see if anyone starts to try and correct me on it. Sorry, I said the stretch. It's about where we found it, right? Right, so let's see if we can find anything else buried around here. Oh, the current is fast. Is that a bad thing? Well, I was just thinking, it might be hard to dive down and take a look. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I don't think I can do it, either. Lent probably could, though. I'm not really in the mood to ask him for any favours. Yeah, that's great. So we can't dive down ourselves, and I doubt we can catch more stuff at random. There's got to be a better way to search the area. I mean, the most obvious solution is just to get rid of the water, but that's not exactly realistic. That's it, we can dam up the canal. Oh my, no. Just find some rocks or whatever, stop the water and expose the ground. That'd work, right? I don't think that's an option. The whole town would kill us if we did that. Oh, come on. You don't know. We don't need to know it was us. I'm sure we can do it all sneaky like. But how? That sounds pretty tough. Also, Ryza, you're a menace. I forgot how immature and dangerous she was at the start of the adventure. With my newly acquired alchemy skills, of course. I'm sure it'll work out somehow. But there aren't any rocks in town, so how will we even carry them? Not to worry, I'm sure we can find what we need in Pixie Forest. Because it's our only option, but still. Hey, why are you hesitating? Don't you want to learn more about that strange new metal thingy? Fine, we've already come this far. Might as well go all the way. Great, then let's head to Pixie Forest. Can I walk there? No, okay, we have to actually... The real start of the game run. We have to go into the docks in the corner. Can I sign warp at least? Hang on. Good. Lent's usually the one rowing the boat. Oh, okay, I didn't want to show that. I was going to say, hang on, Lent's usually the one rowing the boat. Ryza and Tower are just kind of sitting around doing their thing. So who rowed it that time? I guess it was probably both of them. So what are we looking for? Arbor Ruins and Forest Clearing. Arbor Ruins and Forest Clearing, and then start grinding stuff. Got it. Come on, Tal, work those little legs. Put your back into it. So if we get through this, we get Empel and Lilla's DLC, and hopefully we're in like field control of Lilla and not Empel. That would be the ultimate like, got you, bitch. If oh yeah, this hasn't been built yet. It's still a wreck. If the field character is only Empel and not Lilla, like come on, you can't not make it Lilla. Oh, that wasn't what we were looking for. Okay, it literally is just over here. So what is it? Just eroded stone. Got it. So anything rocky, just start whacking. Like over here in these ruins. Wait, it's called Arbor Ruins. So this is why it's called that. Oh no, this is a tap. That's not even what we needed, damn it. The one time I need, like, the broken, not worth it stone. Nope. I'm starting to think they're a myth. I don't think they exist in Arbor Ruins. Unless it's these. Just had to prove me wrong. Can you fit through the gaps? No, you're just... they didn't want to animate that for you. Got it. I mean, I say that it's probably the same for every character. I just like to pretend it was because lead was too thick. He was too much of a muscly boy to be able to do that stuff. So I need to find stones I can break. Which is probably why it says interact with both areas. There's probably more in the next bit. Does he only have one? He only has one sound clip before swinging the hammer. Alright, more rocks, please. Bonk that as well while we're at it, just for funsies. On the DLC area is usually here, even in the main game. Speaking of, that's going to end up being the only thing in this playthrough I'm probably not going to show. I found out that if you... Because you got the super hard version of the elemental spirits at the end of the third area. If you can beat all of them, you unlock an extra area that has like the best basic resources in the game, and even includes like brand new ones that allow you to make more DLC items that are apparently kind of overpowered, because you know you've already done the hardest challenge in the DLC that's already really cracked at difficulty. That's like the only thing I'm not going to show, because I can't be bothered to grind excess of level 100, then get god tier materials just to show off one area. Because you're going to notice, like, when we eventually get all this done and I go through my recipe book, that there's, like, 1 or 2 recipes I don't have, despite the fact I have the trophy for filling out the book, just because they're tied to getting those resources from the 4th area. And I only found out about them when I was, looking up where they were, and I was like, why don't I have this? Because I thought they were main game, I didn't realize they were DLC. And then when it responded with, no, they're DLC, they don't matter to the trophy, I was like, oh, right, sweet. Which is also just appreciated in general, that all the DLC things don't count towards the trophy. So it's only the base game content that does. So if there's more things, if the book's bigger than it needs to be, it doesn't matter. Where are these rocks? Because I think it's something just called the Lost Material, or something that you can only get in that 4th DLC area, and you use that. And you can't get it in any of like the Cauldron dungeons, or like the Bottle dungeon sort of thing. You can't get it anywhere in the main game. You can't get in any other area in the DLC. It's only hidden away in that last 4th area that you can only access after you beat all the elementals. The hard mode variant of all the elementals. If I was going to access it, it'd be like grind level 100, get the best equipment, and then deliberately put the difficulty to like very easy. Just so we get through it. God damn it, that was the rock I was relying on to get him, and it just didn't give me any. I'm just going to alternate, because it will reset me and leave the room anyway, so we just go this way and then beeline to where those rocks were in the middle. Where were they? There they are. I was going to say, I already forgot where they were. And I'll just do that to reset the room. How many do we even have? 4, and we need 1 more. Before we then give all the adults a reason to actually be annoyed at Ryza. I'll be curious if you actually come back to Kirken Island at some point in Ryza 3. I'm pretty sure you don't in 2. From what I've seen, like the promotional art and whatnot, it looks like it's taking place in the city they keep on talking about, which is probably how, Really? Alright, 1 more cycle then. It's probably how Claudia gets reintroduced into it anyway, by going to visit her in the city instead of it being the other way around. But one of the Ryza 3 trailers showed Ryza walking past the secret hideout from this game, which gives me the impression that the open world's going to include a lot of Ryza 1's map as well. Or a reworked version of Ryza 1's map. Which makes sense. If you're going to make an open world and you've already got like interconnected maps from other games, you might as well reuse them. It's literally like the RGG Studios MO with all their Yakuza games. Alright, so we've got plenty of stones. Do you think we have enough? Maybe, but if you want to build a proper dam, you probably want more rocks with more uniform edges. Oh, leave that to me. I have an idea. Oh, what is it? I'll use my alchemy to process it down into a perfect fit. Wow, alchemy can do that? To be honest, I don't really understand how it works. You and Lent are learning a bunch from them, right? But I'm making progress on my own. Hey, even if you have enough rocks, we should really... where should we actually build the dam? If we do it wrong, we'll flood the entire village. How about near the waterfall by Trep Hill? That area is always flooded anyway, so a little extra water shouldn't hurt. Waterfall, huh? You wouldn't really go there anyway, so that should be perfect. Okay, let's go back to my room. Oh, so that's okay. So the game just went, yeah, just fucking, yeah, okay. You just play as Ryza quickly for a second. It all done. It's perfect, right? I processed everything so they all have a uniform shape. Yeah, totally. I had no idea you could do something like this. You're basically like a blacksmith. Like literally, when you think about it. Come on, Tao, give me a little credit. Sorry, but this should be what we need to build the dam. Right? It's almost like I'm a real alchemist already. Maybe, but I don't think this is enough. Right, we still need a lot more stone. We need to carry these, right? It would be better if Lent was around. Forget him. We don't need his help. But he just complained the whole time anyway. Aren't you jumping to conclusions a bit? He's not really the type to complain. He just got done complaining. If it happened once, it'll happen again. Better not to rely on others. You know, Tao, you're starting to get pretty stubborn yourself. That's not true. I mean, think about it. People can't be trusted to help you the way you actually need them to. When it comes down to it, you need to be able to rely on yourself alone. Well, I can't say I disagree entirely, or exactly, but I still think you're just being stubborn. Anyway, you just need to make sure there's more of those rocks. Good luck. Trust no one. They'll only hurt you. Tao, shut the fuck up. Wait, what's our objective? 10 stone materials. Why? Oh. Alright, now we're on 4. 6. Alright, I'm gonna get more. You get 4 more rocks. If we got something to fit the fuel trait, we could just do that instead, but I think I'd rather a little consistency and just get it. I feel kind of bad because Tao's already my least favorite character of like the main playable 6, and now I'm sitting there like, this is kind of the worst DLC. All we've done is talk to people, waddle around town, come to the woods to get stone, go back, make stone material, be told to make more stone material. It's like, come on, there's better be something decent at the end of this. Or Tao won't be in the sequel because I will personally deal with him. I'll just go into the game world and just like smack him a bit. Oh, and that's the whole thing. I don't really like this little character arc they're going on. That Lent got like yeah, he was a bit too cruel on the matter, but he got reasonably bored and tired of like picking at nothing. left, and like Tao took it extremely personally, and it's like, don't trust anyone, they'll only hurt you in the end, right in front of the person who's actually trying to help them. And Ryza just goes, oh, alright. And this is supposed to be like at the start of the journey where like Tao's a complete coward. So why is he doing this? Don't trust anyone. How many of these things do we have? We only picked up 2. At least one more. I know we have a couple already, so I think if we get one more, we'll be fine. I'm hoping Lilla and Empel's one is better. So I actually kind of hope that one's like right at the very end of the journey, so we get to see what they get up to and what they're up to next, in between games. So I don't actually know if they're in Ryza 2. I know they're in Ryza 3, because once again, fucking trailers. But I don't know if they're in Ryza 2. And I don't want to know. Just, hey, there we go. We'll find out when we get there. But if they're not, it'd be nice to kind of get a little bit more of them just beforehand. Alright, that's 8. I wonder if like you like it'd take forever, but if you just grinded out the stones and whatnot and made like enough materials to like after like 70 hours get Ryza to level 99 in this, if it would count for the trophy or if it's only in the main game. Right, is that enough? Is that 10? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good. Okay. And where are we taking it? Who's at Trep Hill? At the bottom of Trep Hill, facing the waterfall. Got it. So I made Tao go up all these stairs. Technically, because of quick travel, we went up all these stairs just to go back down them. I feel for that guy. That guy, like, he's suffering. I'd be like him. I'd get, like, this far and I'd be tired. Going up the stairs. Oh, God damn it, you want me to go around? So, what do you think? Say we have enough now. Woohoo! Okay, let's get started. Hold on, I think we're ready. We need a little more. We need more to properly dam up the water. Oh, but you said we have enough. We have enough rocks, sure. We need something to fill the gaps. I don't get it. Thanks to your processing skills, all the rocks are pretty even shapes. But even stacking them will still leave small gaps. We need to fill those gaps, even just for a while. I see. Okay, so what's the best way to do that? Any ideas? We can put it in the water that'll flow down and fill in the gaps. I think I've got it. Really? Wow, that was fast. You really are amazing. No joke. Yeah, I think I'm getting the hang of this alchemy thing. Mostly it's just a certain way of thinking. But for now, I think the best I can do is just modify something we have already. Even that's pretty incredible. Sounds like you can really do have a good foundation for alchemy. You think so? Honestly, the hardest thing is trying to come up with something totally new. Empel keeps telling me that's the most important skill I have, but I'm still working on it. Maybe, but it's still amazing how much you've learned already. I need to make sure and keep up. Anyway, I should write down what I'm thinking. Let's head back to my room. Oh jeez, what's she come up with? Waterproof gel. Liquid gel. Please tell me we can just make it. And I don't have to go out and find more unnecessary. God, I need to go fight a slime. Fuck. Oh, I missed my hammer. I miss it so much. The Hammer of Dawn did everything I needed it to do. Ow, ow, ow! Let me take an action. I don't know how many we need, so we've got to get one more. Ugh. What does Tao actually have on him? Oh, his own uni. That's group, okay. I think slightly group. How do we lower the enemy stats, Ryza? There's nothing... I don't think I have anything that does that. Don't be like, oh, we need to make 10 of these. Warning you now, game, don't. Okay, so we make glue. You could have just said glue. Done. I called it liquid gel, which is basically it's a fluid but sticky. So you can put it in the water and it'll stick to anything solid it touches. If you mix it together with the water near the stones, it will stick them in and fill the gaps. What do you think? I see, that might do the trick, assuming your invention actually works as intended. Oh, he's a skeptic, huh? Fine, let's hit the trap hill and try it out. I swear to God, if we fill up the dam, get what we need, and it comes up saying we need to find something, we need to make a bomb to like break the dam we've just made, I'm not gonna be impressed. This DLC is like, oof. This DLC is boring. It's not good. I'll be frank. It's not. Like Lens wasn't the best either, but at least like we went and fought a dragon that was new, and we got a new resource that we can use in the main game. And at least Claudia was like a fun little like girls' night out kind of adventure. This is just like Tao going through a weird character arc and us getting the same resource 10 times. So I kind of wish my idea I said earlier was real, that we just did exams. That would have been at least would have had to test me. I would have had to think. And our liquid gel, it's been tough, but it's finished the job. Right, maybe now is a bad time, but this whole thing seems kind of dangerous. The current is really strong here, and I'm not actually sure if the stones will hold together. That's true, but we can't just toss them in haphazardly. We have to be careful. Honestly, didn't anticipate this. It's a whole other type of danger compared to fighting monsters. I know we spent a lot of time preparing for this, but maybe there's another way. Hey, you guys. Oh, Len, what's going on? That's what I wanted to ask. Never seen you up here before, so I got curious. Well... I see, okay. Then let me help. I'm sure this is tough for just the two of you. Oh, but I still have work to do for Agatha, so I can't stay too long. Huh? But... Actually, I wanted to apologise. To you especially, Tal. After I left, I took a step back and realised what I did. I'm really sorry for what I said to you. I know things look kind of weird all of a sudden. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. I don't want things to end up the way they did with Boss, Len. So anyway, sorry, Tal. I was being immature too. Looking back, I don't even know why we started fighting in the first place. So I want to apologise as well. I'm so happy. I wasn't sure how this was going to work out. Tal was being all grumpy about it too. Grumpy? Oh, I'm not sure about that. Being stubborn again, huh? Anyway, Len, why were you so irritated in the first place? Well, it was my dad as usual. He started some trouble and then picked a fight with me. And now I'm helping Agatha clean up his mess. I having to apologise to my dad, but he never seems to change, huh? Seriously. Anyway, let's get to work. Just need to stack the rocks by the waterfall, right? Got it? Okay, now for the liquid gel. Tao, could you go downstream and keep an eye out on it? Sure thing. See how this goes. All good over here? Liquid gel's on its way, Tao. How's it looking down there? It's working. The water's receding. Get over it quick. This is the first time we've seen this without water. Wow. Woohoo! Oh, I honestly wasn't sure it actually worked. Oh my god. You little terrorists. Do you have any idea what you've done? People are going to break out and be like, the wheels aren't spinning. We aren't getting power. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, they're in real big trouble. Oh god. Uh-oh, they're in real big trouble. If they get caught, it's fucking over. It was like there's a whole other area now. Yeah, this is what it's like with no water, if you want to go exploring. Len, did you say you have work to do? Ah, right, I was laying down those rocks, I forgot. So we have to go. Agatha will rip me a new one if I'm late. See you later. I should get going too. Let's head back to where all this started. Yeah, I hope we can find something there. And not like a million, like, death stairs. Oh, geez, yeah, it is lower. The port's off limits all of a sudden? Uh-oh. I mean, it's because they didn't want to render how that would be with less water. Considering, like, the port is like 99% water. Oh, God. They're gonna find these two just hanging around down here and go, you two did this, didn't you? Must be the right area. This is where I cast my line. The ground has been super uneven. Wonder how stuff got caught down here. Huh? I see something. Really? Look, do you see it? Something shiny. Let's take a closer look. They're gonna get caught. They're gonna get caught. Also, the water's starting to rise again. It's not completely flat like it was. So clearly that dam's not entirely holding. They're gonna get drenched. This must be what I saw. What is it? It's like a piece of something. Seems like it's metal. There's also some tiny glass shards scattered around. No idea what it is. It's almost certainly it's not originally from the island. Doesn't look like treasure exactly, but I wonder if it has some kind of value. Hard to say. It's absolutely filthy. We should probably clean it up before anything else. Alright, let's head back to my room, and I'll try to come up with a good way to clean it. Okay, I was expecting like the dam to break or something and they get flooded out. Oh no, we're gonna have to make something else, aren't we? Polished. Oh, thank goodness we can just make it. And then cleansing gel, okay. All done. What is it? It's super powerful polish. It can return anything to its original shininess. I modified my liquid gel into a kind of cream to make it easier to apply. That sounds pretty useful. Here, let me do the honors. There's something I want to check. Yeah, that should do it. I have no clue what it is. It does look like some kind of man-made object, but let's take it to Empel. Maybe you know something about it. Ryza, where are you? Uh-oh. I was really finished up my work. Gosh, that was exhausting. Yeah, we're pretty much done here for now, too. We were just about to go see Empel and show him what we found. Cool. No idea what's going on, but I'd love to tag along if you don't mind. Yeah, let's go. I'm waiting. There's no way they're getting away with filling up the dam with no one knowing. There's no way they're just getting away with it entirely. Someone's gonna know and tell them off. There's no way you just like cut off a chunk of the entire town's water supply, affecting like, you know, windmills or water mills, sorry, and for harvests and everything, and it not get traced back to you eventually. Emperor, we found this. Yeah, it's exactly as I suspected. You know what it is? Indeed, it's a relic from the Clint Kingdom. Without a doubt, an ancient tool remnant, an alchemy tool remnant. Alchemy tool? May look like an ordinary metal object, but it's a crucial element in its function of alchemy. Really? Okay, so we know it's an alchemy tool, but what's it doing on the island? That I don't know, but an alchemist surely must have visited the area at some point in the past. An alchemist on Kirkin Island? Never heard of such a thing. Well, alchemists don't typically go around announcing their occupation. It's true. Empor is a very rare, very noticeable exception. But does that imply that similar objects may be scattered elsewhere around the island? The Raisin district seemed most likely, but maybe the Bone district is a good choice too. If we're looking for tools, we should probably check where people used to live. Then what are we waiting for? Let the hunt begin. Yeah, sure thing. I don't mind discovering something like that myself. Then let's go. Eagerness is never a bad thing, as if you don't overdo it. Where's the Bowden district? Yeah, we didn't find anything promising. Can't expect it to be that easy, so I wouldn't mind if it were. Here we go. Agatha's gonna be like, what the fuck's happening here? And she's gonna look at us and go, you three! You! Agatha, what's wrong? Don't what's wrong me. Are you responsible for this? Oh, well, you see, we were just standing here and the water just disappeared, right, Tal? Hey, don't look at me. Admit it, this is your doing. Yeah. I expect this kind of thing from Ryza, but I thought you were better than this, Tal. The entire town is in an uproar. Everyone started panicking when the water disappeared. Really? People even confronted Mr. Moritz about it, so now he's in a foul mood. That sounds really bad, Ryza. We need to put things back to normal. Yeah, I guess no time for treasure hunting. Come on, let's go. Hey! That could have gone... That could have gone a lot worse. I was expecting Agatha to, like, literally, like, strangle them a little bit. Okay, I think it's back to normal, right? Yeah, Garden seems fine too. We should have seen that coming, but we got so caught up in the moment we didn't think. Who cares? Give them some time. They'll forget it ever happened. Probably. Ryza. So, is that it? So we decided to get fun? Feel like he hardly did anything at all. Now I really wish we hadn't got into that fight. Well, things happen. You know, I thought there was nothing new here. That we'd find everything there was to find. But I guess there's all kinds of stuff waiting to be discovered. If you just take the time to look. It's true. It's not that we've dug up the entire island. Then we're just going to have to fix that. Time to restart the search. And this time, it'll be all three of us together. Yeah, that's right. But if possible, I'd like to avoid getting yelled at by Agatha again. That's the episode? That's it? That was easily the worst one. That was so new recipes. Great, we can make polish. That was so uneventful. What the fuck? The developers just go, what the hell are we supposed to do with Tao? Is that it? Was that what happened? There's like Claudia, we can make it into like a fun little thing of her like finding herself. If Len, it could be like a strength of power. We can have you fight a unique boss. Tao, this kind of went, Anyway, episode Emperor and Lilla, the end of an adventure and beyond. And then we've got Beach. After parting ways with Ryza, so this is after the journey, good. They discover a new gate and set foot into the underworld once more. You control Lilla, yes! This is the one I was worst episode for worst character. Yeah, that was so bad. Like, Tao's episode, that was like the first thing in an Atelier game I'd say is just straight up bad. I've achieved my goal to defeat the Ravaging Queen. So yeah, this is based after the main adventure, and I returned the stolen water to my land. But not everything has returned to how it used to be. Is this actually a unique new area? That'd be cool. We can only hope that it will happen someday. Until then, I'll continue to close the gates. That's my mission I've given to myself. I don't know if this is Lilla talking. I'm assuming it is. I won't let that tragedy repeat itself. She started, at the start she was talking about, you know, restoring her home, so I assumed it's still her, but then it like panned to Empel and I wasn't sure. With hope in my heart, I continue my travels. Notice anything over there? Yeah. No, nothing out of the ordinary. If anything, it's slightly more green than before. Then it's returning to its original form, thanks to the young boss returning the vortex of white and blue. It would seem that way. For the past few years, the scenery has been changing for the better, slowly but surely. So then, are you going to close the gate? Why don't we look around a bit more? I'd like to observe more of the changes first. I doubt much has changed, aside from the new greenery. Each region of the underworld has its own unique environment. I don't know too much about this world, so I'd like to see as much as I can do with my own eyes. Very well, let's continue to look around. Oh, yes! Oh, wow! Oh, shit, she's got the coolest jump. Oh, damn! And she's got the coolest attack animation. She doesn't use the claws or anything. She just goes, fuck you. Ugh. Alright, nice picture. Right, what's our stats? We start at level 50, 865, 5510. Okay, so not as good as I've got them. Oh, certainly not. I just looked at the attack stat. My Lilith's like 300 plus attack. What have they got equipped? Oh, she at least has like most of what I have equipped, just not as good. And I never used you, so that makes sense. What are your items? Oh, jeez. Okay, probably not as good as my one, but hammer. And you've got healing and healing. Resurrection and general healing, got it. Whilst you've got more general stuff. So Empel's probably be better for battle. Do you notice how they don't have her bend down to pick stuff up as much? It's like, no, she's got enough curves as is. They don't want to, like, flaunt it too much. They start to get a bit egregious. So is this just straight up a new area? If this is your reward for doing this DLC, a new area to the map, then it's like easily the best one already, because it actually adds something. Empel, look there. This isn't of the Orin. It must have been left behind by the humans, the Clint Kingdom to be specific. Even here, the shadow of the fallen kingdom still looms. Frankly, it'd be harder to find an area that they haven't tainted. I would imagine you're right. Based on what I'm seeing here, it seems like this is some sort of alchemy facility. Is this where we're going to be saving and doing our alchemy? Alchemy? What were they making? That I can't say. So this is still usable. Excellent. Thanks to you and Ryza poking your noses into my business, I can get back to synthesizing. This is a good place as any to use as our home base for exploring the underworld. Although I'm not sure if I'll be able to help be able to find any useful materials around here. This episode, this corner of the underworld will act as your base. You can save and load using the bonfire. You can also use the cauldron to synthesize. Oh wow, I like how in the corner of the map there's a door icon, so that's when it transitions from in the fields to here. Oh, alright, so you rest at the campfire. Okay, what is it here? Oh, geez, a fair bit, actually. I want him to synthesize just one thing, because I want to see the animation. I just want to see the animation. Okay, he doesn't have an artwork, similar to how Claudia doesn't. It's just an in-game model. Level 90, damn. Just a fishing rod. Interesting. Ooh. Actually getting to see a bit more civilization, or what used to be here for the Orin. Is this an Orin settlement, Lila? Yes. I'm not sure, but based on the architecture, I'd say it's from the Green Feather clan. But we're far from the clan's homeland. Perhaps there was an offshoot that settled here. To be honest, all your clan architecture looks the same to me. Hey, careful, Empel. All your clans look the same. Hey, come on, that might come across a little bit like culturally ignorant there, Empel. Come on. Oh, we mean to ask. What is it? I should have brought this up before, but what exactly are the Orin? What? Kilo's an Orin too, right? But she was honestly nothing like you. What? That's all you want to know? It's just like how you humans live all over the world. She's part of another group that lived here. So yeah, literally, it's just different cultures. And what are your clans exactly? You mentioned them when you first met Kilo. Oh, that's true. I never explained our clans to you, did I? The Orin may look the same, but we're divided up into clans, sort of like your human nations. Each clan has a role. My White Fang clan specializes in war. We've been trained from a young age. Kilo is part of a Soul Speaker clan. They're said to control spirits, though I'm not sure how it works. Spirits? They seem to be invisible to humans, but they're beings responsible for natural phenomena. Kilo can freely control these spirits. I can do something similar, but not to her clan's extent. For those who can fully command the spirits, it's a highly potent source of power. Then Kilo is much stronger than me. She took on an entire Felucia legions all on her own. I see. And you say the Green Feather clan lived here? What was that clan like? Their job was to protect the natural world, which I suppose they weren't able to do. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. They'll be plenty busy once they return to our world. They'll have to plant seeds, nurture them, and create a plentiful forest once again. They survived somewhere, I'm sure of it. We may even run into them someday. I sure hope so. Yeah, I think in the sequels we'll probably run into more Orins. Anyway, we're done here, so we should get going. Oh, there is a fishing spot. So wait, are you telling me they made a fishing animation for Lila? They just went out their way to do that? Hang on. They did! Well, I think it's actually just reused from Ryza, but still. Actually, how good's the quality of these items? Oh, okay, not as good as the other DLC, but pretty good as a whole. So I imagine this area will be unlocked once you beat it. Oh, mini boss time. Look there, a whole bunch of Felucia all in one place. Are we going to attack them? Our mission here is to survey the land, not hunt down the Felucia. I like to avoid any unnecessary fighting if at all possible. And then I'll go take care of them myself. I can't just let them wander these lands. You wait here. Oh, when you say it like that, what choice do I have but to help? Ah, it's still not going to let me just run up and kick it, huh? It appears they're planning to fight back. Seems that way. Let's not hesitate. Just clear them out. So, Empel, how good is your Genesis hammer? Oh well, it's weak to tar bomb, so it just makes sense to use that. Let's see what this does. Oh yeah, it's still got the stupid high stun factor about it though. Yeah, okay. It's still the Genesis hammer, just not as strong. But it's still got the ridiculous "you're stunned now" mode. Oh, I can show off his, hang on. I can show off him sending people to the Shadow Realm Fatal Drive. Literally, he makes a portal that it's like he fucking deos them, sends them into the Shadow Realm, and then fucks them up in it. Look at this! Isn't that like super cool for a Fatal Drive? In like, come on! Like freezes time, puts them in a bubble, like in like a shadow dimension, and then beats the shit out of them, and then cuts through the shadow dimension to damage them. That's odd. They're much stronger than I expected. Oh. True. They look like the other Felucia we fought, but far stronger than before. Could they actually be another kind of Felucia, despite their similar appearance? Regardless, any Felucia around here would likely be just as strong. Let's try to stay hidden. I have to wonder, what exactly are the Felucia? When we were with Ryza, all I was good for was sealing gates. I couldn't fight. But now that I have to fight them myself, I'd like to learn about them to gain any possible advantage. Well, they are the sworn enemies of the Orin, although it didn't start out that way. I got the impression what the Felucia are to the Orins are what basically animals are to humans. It's just the animals then got crazy because of everything going on in the world. We share this world, but we lived in different regions, so we rarely had any interaction. But one day they became the enemy, the war began, and this is what our world became. It was once thought that the Felucia soak up the life and soul of the earth. Okay, that's not what animals do. If anything, it's the other way around. The humans, to use my comparison, the humans are the one that's drained the life of the planet. But as it turns out, the humans of the Clink Kingdom were the ones doing that. Okay, case in point. The Felucia were simply migrating to where life could still be found, and we clashed as a result. Please don't look at me like that. Life will return to the Earth sooner or later, and the Felucia will have no need to intrude on us. Eventually, we'll stop clashing, and all future danger will be quelled. Certainly hope that's what happens. I'm going to return to base camp, just to get my points back up, and then we'll make the run. We can't warp through it, obviously, so we have to make the run all the way, but it's fine. If we have to see the behind of any character running through here, at least it's Lilla, you know? If it was Empel, that would have been such a, like, ah, god damn it. Yeah. But I'm glad it's from Lilla's perspective. Even, like, putting the horny jokes aside, I'm glad it's Lilla, because I think Lilla's the character I wanted to see and learn more of. So it being from her perspective, it's nice. Because her being kind of reserved ultimately led to us just not learning as much about her. She still went through an arc and still developed throughout the course of the game, because she was a lot less trusting and willing to put up with us at the start, but became a lot more trusting as it went on. But it doesn't change the fact that as a person, we still don't know too much about her. I mean, we only know the basics of the Orin, so I'm glad this is this perspective. Oh, I was like, can we make this a different rest point? No, this is just a weird campfire spot. I do appreciate they actually made like a unique animation for a jump though, instead of it just being the default. I wish I could just do somersaults on demand. Would you say this area's returned to normal? The water may be back, but it doesn't mean anything's fixed right away. True. I guess that's just the nature of things. Different places recover at different speeds. Of course, that assumes your world functions the same as mine. What do you think? I think it's fundamentally the same. Back then, it used to look pretty similar to your world. But our world seemed to be more fragile than yours. Even a small force applied from the outside destroyed it, so I suppose that's one difference. Conversely, it may take much longer to return to normal. I hope I'm wrong about that, though. Well, That's what we're trying to find out, right? Okay, let's keep looking around. I'm thinking this is going to be a straight shot. Like, we're going to fight something here, and then it will go to the end here, and we'll fight something there, and then the DLC will end. But it's more just similar to like how in Atelier Ryza, it was more about like, hey, introducing this area, here it is, kind of thing. Empol, what's wrong? I don't know. I just suddenly have a splitting headache. Are you okay? Is anything else wrong? My ears are ringing, and I feel kind of nauseous. It feels like there's a kind of pressure pushing down on my entire body. I don't feel anything. You see, I suppose it's just me then. I wonder if it's some kind of illness humans get from staying here too long. I'm not sure, but I'm doubtful. I've never heard of any illness causing symptoms so quickly. What do you want to do? Should we head back? I can carry you if it's really bad. Oh, please carry me, Lily. Lila, carry me home. Carry me everywhere. I don't think my ego could take that. I'd like to keep investigating this area a little more. You and your strange pride. Well, whatever. Let's just say something if you can't keep going. If Lila came up to me and says, I'm going to carry you somewhere, I'd be like, okay. I wouldn't question it. I'd be like, alright. What is this? It's certainly a remnant of the Kingdom era. You know, that pressure I've been feeling, I think it's coming from here. I have to admit, I want you to find what's waiting on the other side. What about you? If you go still okay to keep going, then I think we should. But what should we do? It's not a gate exactly, but it seems like someone wanted to steal it off. I guess we have to destroy it. I don't disagree, but don't you think that kind of solution lacks finesse? I'm okay with that. Any kingdom remains in the underworld deserve to be destroyed. Okay, I was expecting it to be that you need to go make something part of the game, part of the DLC, but no. Actually, maybe. Since his bomb was useless, it didn't even budge. Well, the Glint Kingdom architecture wasn't just for show. It seems such sturdy work, though. True, the items you have. Your items have never had a problem destroying things up till now. In that case, we have to create an even more powerful item. Think you can? Of course. It's my arm that wasn't working, not my mind. I have some ideas. Of course, the larger issue is whether I can find the materials. It is what that I need. Regardless, for now I'll just put together the recipe. Let's return to base. Alright, I was right. There is a part. Alright, so I'm gonna... Okay, I wanted to at least see if it would tell me what I need to make. I'm gonna at least try and pick up a couple of things on the way back then. Just kick the flower. Just kick the flowers. What do you care? You're Lila. You could kick the sun and win. It does feel like 90% of the effort went into this DLC, and the other 10% was shared between the rest. Feels like she even has like her own chest opening animation. Like her attack animation isn't just swing the weapon; it's like she actually does a kick instead of using the weapon outright. There's an actually unique new area we're exploring. She has a unique animation for fishing. Like they put more effort in Lila than anyone else. Which makes me think this one probably came out last. Which is probably why it's also listed as last out of the main lot, ignoring the beach episode. Oh, there's Goldenite in here as well. Nice. Not that it's going to matter that much, but still. Just seeing if there's anything else of uniqueness before we vanish. No, I think that'll do. Let's go. Should be plenty powerful enough. It'll also scatter debris everywhere. That's it. If I use... No. There's no way I'll find the right materials. Here we go. It's our best chance. Done rambling, are you? This recipe should do the trick. It's a high-powered bomb that focuses the energy in one direction. Are you sure about this? It seems complicated. And what about the materials? The main issue is going to be securing a sufficient energy source. I want to make the same redstone as Ryza, but I'm certain we won't find the materials here. Then what's the point in all this? What are you planning to do? In alchemy, the process can be modified as needed, as long as the end result is the same. If it leads to the same basic structure, similar items can be made with vastly different materials. I don't really get it, but if you're sure and it's going to give us some materials, what do you need? Most of them are simple enough. Our biggest challenge is the crucial one, an underworld core. Underworld core? You're talking about... That's right, the same thing Ryza needed for her method. The Felucia could provide that for us. So in other words, we need to start hunting them again. Basically, they shouldn't have to hunt that many. The White Fang Clan lives for battle. I'll happily hunt as many as you need. The Scarlet Terror Bomb. That sounds kind of cool. Redstone Emple style. Shut the fuck up. All right, someone in the team had a little fun with that. So we need an underworld core, huh? All right. Let's go start fighting some Felucia and see what we end up with. They could have just said redstone, but no, there's like no. Let's have some fun with this. That's what I mean. Like it feels like this DLC got more effort and more little bits. Like this actually feels like the epilogue chapter to the main game, whilst the others just felt like weird little misfit side things you did. Like I kind of wish they didn't do the others and just did this and just expanded on this more. At least so far. God, what a kick! Actually, let me just play as let me just do like Old Faithful. That thing's dead, absolutely. No, what? I didn't even get what we needed from that. Ugh. There are some bigger ones way over here. We'll go fight one of them instead. Oh, whoops. That was my fault. I impulsively pressed in both the sticks. Pressing in the left stick opens up photo mode. Oh, whilst we're doing this, something I can talk about. I don't know if it will come to the console version, but on Steam, Samurai Maiden got a patch today. And one of the things that the patch did was alter some of the dialogue. And what I mean is, like the actual story and what it all means has changed. It's basically they cleaned up some smaller parts of the localization. Apparently there were some parts that people complained about not being completely accurate, so they did a patch to clean it up. And I thought that was just worth mentioning, because when has there ever been a game that after release there's been a patch that's cleaned up some of the translation? You know, like that doesn't happen. I just thought that was a really interesting thing to stumble upon. They also fixed a couple things, and they also made some adjustments, which is why I hope it comes to console, because one of the adjustments they've made is that Tsumugi doesn't get stunned for anywhere near as long as she used to. Because yeah, especially on the hardest difficulty, demonic mode, that stun lasts way too long, it feels like at times. If you get stunned, like you're guaranteed to get hit by something. Which I get it, it's punishment, but it'd be nice to be able to get away with it sometimes. Nice. Actually, I'll fight one more just to be on the safe side, in case we need several. There are people saying that they want them to clean up the censorship from the Western version, but I really don't think they're going to do that. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, in photo mode and photo mode only, it puts a slight, like, dark mist over the character's panties, so you can't upskirt them in photo mode. And that's it. And like, I get it. Like, so I'm not. If you know my channel, you know I'm against censorship in any form. But there is also a small part of me, and it's like all of these characters are teenagers. What? And you're going to tell me that you're going to tell me that you're complaining that the game doesn't let you hard upskirt them. And the thing is, it's even more pointless when I see people like make a point of it, because you can wear the bikinis, and the bikinis censor nothing in photo mode. It's only their default costumes that have that, so it's not even like proper censorship, because they kind of only did the bare minimum. But I was just noticed. I know, like, it's because I love the game, so of course I'm going to be naturally slightly more defensive of it. But it just seems like a really like minor thing. All right, Redstone Emple style. We didn't even get another Underworld core from the other one, I don't think. Redstone Emple style. That makes me laugh so much. But it's not like from what, at least from what I've been told and what I'm aware of, it's more that the publisher, the Western publisher, did that. Which, if that's like the origin of the annoyance, then I get it, because yeah, the Western publisher deciding no, you can't do this is a bit whack, and it's like in its own way. My all-new bomb is officially complete. Now we can destroy that Glint Kingdom remnant. Are you sure it's really that powerful? Absolutely. It's good for battle too. Although, since it's directional, it's not great at moving targets. So it packs a punch if it actually connects, but I'm not sure if... But it's not a sure thing. Risk versus reward. True, but even so, the explosive range is very wide, so it should be do some damage anyway. How about you? How are you feeling? Oh, well, not exactly great, but it's not too bad either, at least as long as we're here. But it seems to get worse as I get closer to his Glint Kingdom remains. Nevertheless, we have to get past him to see what awaits beyond. Well then, grab your bomb and let's get this over with. Alright, let's head over there. Dun 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 dun. I love this track. I'm sorry. The Underworld theme's so extra dramatic and I love it. I do want to see like what the Underworld will look when it's back to its entire former glory, because you can see like glimmers of it already, like there's some grains and whatnot, and the sky's a bit brighter that it's getting there. But so I hope maybe in Ryza 2 or 3 we actually get to see everything and see what it becomes. But whilst making the run back, with Samurai Maiden, just something to talk about whilst we're there, I have been working on its platinum. I've done the whole hard mode playthrough and S-ranked everything and got all the collectibles, so now I'm just on the demonic. Hard mode I think is real damn fair. Like I haven't had, like it was hard at places, but it felt doable. It never felt like over the top or like extra grindy or enemies were too strong or anything like that. It felt like it was just, you know, a step up, which is how it should do. Demonic, so far it's been the same deal, but again, so it's just been another step up. But I do like that there's unique enemies introduced with it as well. That's a nice detail, a nice touch they didn't have to do. But with Demonic, I have also noticed that, like, late game mini-bosses are now, like, straight up, like, the first couple mini-bosses of the game. And I'm like, oh, okay, it's gonna be one of them. Like, the super, like, armored-up generals are, like, in the first area, instead of it just being the skeletons. Ah, my headache is getting worse with every step. Try not to die, would you? Still, I wish I knew why this was happening to you. It's obviously based on location, so it can't be an illness. There must be some other reason. Whatever it is, I'm sure we'll learn more once we destroy these ruins. Jesus, yeah, that did it. Excellent. It's as powerful as I hoped. Okay, let's get moving. What's that glowing orb? No idea. I was hoping you'd have some clue. I can honestly say I've never seen anything like it. I mean, I'm sure of. It's the source of whatever's ailing me. What? Because if I get to it, the heavier the pressure that I've been feeling gets. You really don't feel anything, Lilla? No, not a thing. Maybe the Auron can't feel whatever effect it has since you're here from here originally. I wonder if it's something to do with the spirits. What do you mean? I mentioned that Kilo can control them, but every Auron has a deep connection to them. So maybe there's some force that takes the form of this pressure, but I just can't accept it. I see. I haven't considered that possibility, but it does make sense. At any rate, the orb seems to be overflowing with energy. So what will you do? Take it with you? I'm sure that's what you have in mind.
Yeah.
As an alchemist, I can't deny my interest, but I think I'll refrain this time. That's odd. How come? I feel sick just standing next to it. I'd rather not carry it with me. Besides, if it was my world, I wouldn't hesitate, but I refuse to take something that doesn't belong in this world. I see. Still, I'm surprised you don't know anything about it. Only Ryza were here. Whatever the case, let's get out of here. I'm just about to split in half. Can we interact with them at all, or is it just set dressing? Oh god, there's another Queenie. Emperor, look. Is that the Ravaging Queen? Not the same one as before, but it's a Ravaging Queen, that's for sure. I've heard there was more than one, but I didn't expect to run into one here. Well, the Felucia do live in packs, and every pack needs to have a leader. But the Felucia we've seen so far didn't seem like they were especially organized. So this queen may not have the ability to command yet. A younger specimen, perhaps. That was an Emperor that said that. I think we should take care of it. It may be young, but it sure is extremely powerful. There's only the two of us this time. Victory is far from guaranteed. You sure? Her guard is down right now. We need to prepare ourselves, but I think we can do it. Alright, then let's take her on. I'll just go in. I'm just Emborn Genesis Hammer to stun it as much as we can. Sorry, but you need to die. In-game. We're gonna fight the whole final boss again. Try and get that stun up first. I need to lower their stats. I know it's weak to it, but nah, stun guarantee is more important to me. Oh.
リーダ頼むぞ。続いてくれ。くらえ。氷を弾けろ。私が行こう。抑え込むぞ。アンペル、いつも通りそこだ。そこだ。アンペル、いつも通り。
Oh, that I can do.
そこだ。仕掛ける。そこだ。悪いが。
Alright, since the Shadow Well. That world! The Warudo did just fucking. Yep.
これでチェックメイトだ。
Oh, and it broke his guard again. Sweet.
そこだ。こういう時は。
Come on, we're close.
ここで仕留めるぞ。こういう時は。アンペル、いつもだ。そこだ。
He's charging. It's okay, we'll get the stun.
そこだ。こういう時は。
Oh, it died anyway, never mind. Don't make us do the phase 2 as well. Make it just die. God damn it. Just... Oh, yeah, we're gonna have to do the fucking phase 2, aren't we? Yeah, god damn it. Spam this and get as much min-max as much damage as possible, and then get the Genesis Hammer. I'm going to stay at level 5. I'm not going to use a Fatal Drive this time. I need 3 more. Oh boy. That's it for items. Please say break. No, no, well, let's see what happens. And now we get the break. Fucking course we do. Oh shit. God damn it. Phase 2 is weak to fire, so we're probably supposed to use this. Hang on. I'll try it one more time and then I'm moving on because I'm really not that fussed. I'm gonna be frank, I'm not that fussed. They're gonna beat it and then carry on, I get it. Actually, if anything, I should try and save. Just go in again, but this time just save the item uses as much as I can for phase 2, and then just go all in that time. Oh, it means we have to run all the fucking way back there. Ugh. I get it would be more challenging though, because I said, you know, it's end game stuff, so if you have end game, you use some of the end game equipment and like make some better things, yada yada. But at the same time, I'm like, I'm good. I'm good. I want to do this DLC as like a checkout and move on. And then after we got the beach episode, and then I haven't got too much to do to get the platinum trophy, so if we've got time afterwards, I'll do a bit of that. Because I started late, I'm gonna go on till later than I usually would, because I would have wrapped up by now on most streams, but no, we're carrying on. I mean, at this time, not at this length of stream. It's just gone 2 PM my time. I saw that though. I said, this time we will defeat you. So, okay, so it acknowledges that you lost. That was 6. Oh, it heals both of them anyway.
かりしろ。かける。行くぞ。食らえ。好きにはさせん。
God damn it, good chance to inflict slow my ass.
時よ巻き戻れ。私がやろうじゃないか。アンペル、いつも通りに頼む。巻き戻れ。終わりだ。食らえ。行くぞ。食らえ。アンペル、いつも通り。そこだ。私がやろうじゃないか。アンペル、いつも通りに頼む。水浴にふけるがいい。終わりだ。行くぞ。行くぞ。これで戦える。行くぞ。アンペル、いつも通りに頼む。これを使うか。ここで仕留めるぞ。アンペル、いつも通りに頼む。抑え込むぞ。そこだ。そこだ。
Oh, come on. Oh. We're so close to the stun as well.
しっかりしろ。そこだ。そこだ。行くぞ。食らえ。食らえ。そこだ。アンペル。抑え込むぞ。私がやろうじゃないか。水浴にふけるがいい。そこだ。そこだ。私がやろうじゃないか。アンペル、いつも通りに頼む。少し止まっていろ。そこだ。あとは任せろ。そこだ。そこだ。そこだ。
Fuck it, just because I don't want to get another charge strike in. I know we'll start at tech level 1 for the next fight, but I just don't want to get another charge strike in. Oh, there's no way to skip this, okay. We're already starting to feel a bit weak as is. The last thing I wanted to do is like give it more opportunities. Alright, let's do fucking phase 2. You know what I could do if we die again? I'm not above doing it just for the sake of getting a move on. I might lower the difficulty. We'll see. I'm not above doing it just because I want to get a move on, and it's a DLC, so nothing matters. We'll see though. There's no trophy for doing it on harder difficulty. I've got nothing to prove. There's no grind that will carry over into the main adventure. There's no, crafting that will carry over to the main adventure. It's just when you beat it, you unlock this stuff. So if we lose again, I'll just turn the difficulty down. So then you actually still get to see the ending then. Oh, bitch. Get rid of this. If it was the main game giving me this much trouble, then yeah, then I'd commit to the grind, go back, get more resources and whatnot. But because it's just this, I'm like, does it matter?
ンベルいつも通りに頼む行くぞくらえ私がやろうじゃないか少し止まっていろそこだそこだそこだ
Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna turn the difficulty down, because this is... Trying to do it the safe way is just making this fight not fun at all. And trying to do it the dangerous way gets us killed anyway. So what's it matter? I'd just rather turn the difficulty down and get a move on, because otherwise we're gonna be grinding a DLC just for it to not matter to anything. Yeah, just finish the job, you fuck. And let me turn down the difficulty. Mumble grumble. Mumble grumble. So if it was main game, I would do it legit. But because it's this, I honestly... Oh, you fucks. Oh, you fucks. Oh, there's no... Hang on. It's preset. Alright, never mind. It's preset. I could load the main game, set it very easy, then load this, see if it affects anything, but I doubt it. I think it's preset. I think, because usually you can alter the difficulty from the settings menu. That's also probably why it is tougher, because it's preset to maybe even hard. Those bitches. Alright, I said I am not that fast at seeing the end of that then if we can't. I thought maybe we could just turn the difficulty down and breeze it, but oh well. There's still one more thing to check out though before we start going for the DLC, not MDM Platinum. The seasonal event. One day, Ryza receives a request from Mr. Moritz and subsequently finds herself on an unfamiliar island. She and her friends discuss the best way to enjoy their impromptu tropical vacation. I grew up in a remote place called Kirkin Island. It's really small. It's really small, smack in the middle of a lake. We don't have much contact with the outside world. So of course we had no idea there were other islands, that's what it's going to be. Other islands besides our town. Whoa, check out this view. Oh, it makes me feel so free. Yeah, we don't have anything like this back home. Why don't we go check out that area? I'm glad you're all excited, but don't forget we're here on a very important mission. If you get careless and let's take you by surprise, don't expect us to bail you out. Sorry, you're right, I'll take this seriously. Ugh, I worry about you. Anyway, we're here, let's get to work. It should be this infamous Moritz summer home. Oh dear. So this rich bitch has a summer home, good to know. Moritz Island? Oh, I don't like it being called Moritz Island, come on. Oh my god, I love it. That's my favorite, like, menu screen yet. Level 30, so it's just like mid-adventure, like when they first all started coming together. Who's this? Yeah, dirty, and I get yelled up by Moritz. Oh, you have a little fun life then. Moritz owns this entire island, even named after himself, Moritz Island. And this is the summer home we'll be staying at while we're here. As you all know, the request comes from Moritz himself. To remind you the details. I've gathered you here today to ask you to hunt a monster for me. Said so. Apparently a beast similar to the sea monster that attacked us before has appeared. What? There's another one? Don't act so surprised. Considering how big the lake is, it'd be odd if there were just one. I guess you have a point. Still, what is unusual is the raw size of such a beast. All the local fishermen decide fearing for their lives again. As leader of the village, I must ensure that it's dealt with, which is where you come in. Keep hearing how you defeat the monster at the port. Would you be willing to help us with this? It's causing all kinds of trouble for everyone, right? And of course we'll help. Sure, I don't mind. Let's give it the beating of a lifetime. I'll go too. And it settles it. So, Moritz, do you know where this beast was last seen? According to our fisherman who spotted it, it's lurking near my own private island. You have a private island? Just a quiet little vacation spot, you understand. It's a few hours from here by boat. Wait, what? There's another island out here besides this one? Really, it's very small. I'm not surprised you don't know. I visit once a year or so. My property manager does a bit of maintenance, but for the most part, nobody knows about it. Normally, I'd only allow members of the Brunnen family to step foot in it, but this is a special case. Please, for the good of the entire island, hunt down that damned creature. I would have guessed. I've expected Mr. Brunnen asked us for a favour. I guess anyone is capable of change. Well, we did save his son's life after all. That'd probably make him rethink things too. Regardless, we're using this as our home base. We need to leave your things here. So there's even a cauldron we can use for synthesis. I didn't see anything around like that sea monster, but there's plenty of other monsters around here. If Moritz is right, we'll probably want to start investigating the shoreline. Alright, let's split up and let's start looking around. In this episode, the summer home is your base. You can save at the desk. We have additional costumes, you can change them. Just that, and there's synthesis. Oh, is it going to let us wear the beachwear? Is that why it said you can change costumes? Yeah, fine. Okay, everyone get into their beachwear. So we're just rolling around investigating? Okay. What's this? Fuck, god damn it, I just wanted to check that corner. So how big actually is this island? Oh, that back door would have carried on going that way. So it wasn't just that small space, I just didn't spot the corner, I'm guessing. Oh no, it's one way if you come around. Ryza! Ryza, I raised you better than this. Why aren't these combined? God, if I could get that head like the swimming goggles off Tao, it would be fine. But he stands out. Jeez, I had no idea Mr. Brunnen had his very own island. Seriously, how much money does this guy have? My question is, how did he find it in the first place? Nobody back home knows about it, right? No, but there must have been someone. Right. The village fisherman almost certainly came out this way to fish. Well, damn. Well, I know like Lent has the six packs, that's obvious, but I wasn't expecting Empel to be a bit packing as well. That's true. Must be when they spotted the monster. Yeah, that sounds about right. But this is his own private island, right? Pretty nice of him to let us stay here like this. Maybe it's a little bit of his personality of why the villagers let him throw his weight around. Hey Claudia, does your family have an island of your own? No, why would you think that? Well, because your dad is such a great merchant. I thought you'd have a bunch of land or something. Father travels so much, I don't think he'd want to own anything he can't bring with him. We do have a home, of course, but it's not very big and we don't return to it very often. I see. Sounds like you've got it pretty tough. Well, I'm used to it. You know, when it comes to raw Akreej, your family's doing pretty okay, Ryza. but that's all farmland. You know that's not what I'm talking about. Are these enemies worth anything? Oh, we got the default free. Oh, I need to correct that. Hang on. Correct that immediately. This is not my squad. These are not my soldiers. Oh, she's just using a basic bomb? Ugh. As I said, they're a bit tougher than I thought they'd be, even for basic punies. But I suppose that's just the equipment and setup we have at this point. Man, if they let us carry over our own stuff into the DLCs, like, the difficulty wouldn't exist, which is exactly why they don't, but still. There. I was like, hang on, I'm fucking correct that immediately. There's a lot of treasure chests around. Oh, ring. I saw that. The beach is so beautiful. Yeah, it's super refreshing. I could just sit and stare at it all day. Really? I assumed you'd be used to this kind of view. Nah, Kurumi Island is nothing but rocky cliffs. We don't have that kind of nice sandy beach. Wow, really? It's a rare sight for me, so it's really exciting. Let's have some fun while we're here. You make it sound like you've never been outside before. Hey, shut up, you. Seriously though, I know what you mean. But Kurumi Island has lots of beautiful spots on its own. That's just as exciting for me. Maybe, but it's different for us, I think. Yeah, you can get bored of just about anything if you see it every single day. Plus, our actual daily life in the village is kind of suffocating. Right. Really isn't a great fit for us. It may look nice and open, but it's actually really cramped. Oh, really? Because there's lots of stuff I don't understand being an outsider. I'll just see what we can make in the table later on. Try to actually just see what everyone's got. Everyone's got the same shirt. There's a lot of treasures here. Oh, I was gonna be I came to check this. I didn't even spot this. Oh, a nice little stream. Oh, and now here's our first obstacle. We need to go make something to blow this up, huh? It's like a dead end. Yep. It's like a bad monster. So what now? Find a boat and get to the on the water? Are you so eager to die? Getting attacked on the open water is suicide. I was just kidding. We came all the way with nothing to show for it. What else can we do? There's still plenty of island left to explore. We need to be patient and keep searching. That's weird. What was that? Oh, nothing. It's just the breeze is different here. Oh, you mention it. The wind's coming from here. Wait, is that a cave? There's a way, but this rock is blocking the entrance. I bet there's something inside. I don't know. It'd be kind of weird to find a sea monster inside a sealed-off cave, don't you think? Well, you're going to be too sure. Wait, what? The wind coming from inside means it connects to somewhere, so there may be monsters in there. I wonder if it's a giant boulder fell down from just above. That would be my guess. Till we get rid of it, we can't be sure what's waiting inside. So we just need to destroy it, right? Easier said than done. Doesn't look like it wants to budge. What do you think my alchemy is for? I'll just whip up a bomb and kaboom. Good idea. But let me give you some advice. It'd be better to tailor make a bomb to do the job. And how do I do that? You need a big fireball, right? You just need something that with raw force. Although I have no idea if this island is the materials you'll need for something like that. Oh, I don't mind helping looking for materials. Excellent. I'm happy to help, Ryza, but you need to make the bomb yourself. Let's head back for now. The demolition bomb. Yeah! Didn't we make that in Varus? Isn't that a Varus item, the demolitions bomb that we use to get rid of like rocks and shit? Sent to the summer house, yep. I need an actual bomb first. Oh, doorbell just went. 1 second, guys. I'm back. Hey, who's got day, right? We can make a 4 out of it. Oh, it's the same thing, but just at the beach. Got it. Okay, game. Oh, it's still saying no because we need 2 at least. Alright, then let's get back over to him. Try to pay more attention because like there's probably lots of treasure chests everywhere. Rock Destroyer, let's go. It's literally the item we got in Furious, just obviously the bombs aren't circular anymore like they used to be. Okay, I think this should work. Let me just place it here. So do you think it will really work? I have no doubts. Okay, stand back everyone. This one's going to be a big blast. Hang on. There, just had to get rid of some spam. There goes nothing. I had some spam in chat I need to get rid of, that was all, so... Oh, it totally vaporized it. Holy cow, it sure did. Thanks a bunch, Empel. Even the toughest rock has its weak point. It's like then it crumbles. So even rocks have soft spots? I always heard that, but I didn't know if it was true. Everyone look! It is a cave, let's hurry up and get in there. What's with the slow camera pan? Look, we can see... Oh, yeah, and there is a monster down there, I see it. Ah, looks like we made it. Look, you guys. Wow, what is this place? This is definitely unexpected. I bet Mr. Brunner doesn't even know about this. Yeah, I suppose if anyone's ever noticed it, could be the first. Huh? Hey, look over there. That's the same type of monster we fought before, no doubt. Then that's our primary target. Remember, it's going to be very well be totally different from the one you fought before. Right, it may look the same, but it may be stronger. Don't let your guard down. Got it, let's do this. That lens swimsuit. Lovely rose bikini. No, you haven't seen Tao. Tao looks hilarious. Oh, it's only going to be the artwork, it's not going to be the model. Tao's hilarious, he's got swimming goggles on. Oh, is the game going to tell us fight the enemy first? Wait, we need to defeat the monster and we're on a mission. Yeah, defeat the monster first, then you can go exploring. Oh, and of course it's not going to let me bonk it. Look at Tao on the left, look at that little shit. Watch out everyone, here it comes. Let's do this for all the fishermen of our village. Oh, one man, if you missed it, I gave up in the end with Lilla and Empel's DLC. They make you rematch the main game's final boss, but with just Lilla and Empel, and with none of the resources that you have in the main game. And it was very quickly just that this isn't worth it, especially because they don't let it's prefixed difficulty, so I couldn't even put it on easy mode to breeze it. It just wasn't fun to try, and I wasn't in the mood to grind it out. Just for it to not matter anyway, because it's DLC. All it is them on their way going to the next location, so Arthur's like, you know what, I'm not first. It doesn't affect me trying to get my platinum trophy. It doesn't matter to anything really beyond this. I'm just gonna move on. Ow, fuck! Oh, we have like no AP. Whoops. Alright. Okay, I can go make better bombs. If Ryza didn't die immediately, we probably would have been fine. That's alright, I'll go make... We can make a new bomb. Yeah, if Ryza didn't die immediately, we would have been fine. But no! Oh yeah, we're like turbo fucked. And I'm gonna go into like what items everyone else has and see if I can rearrange. Because Ryza only having a bomb on her seems a bit absurd for this DLC. Yep. Alright. Equip. Yeah, come on, look at this. You're not using these. Give them the people who will. Alright, let's see what we can actually make, though, with this DLC's limited selection. Oh. Well, there's no cave for coral here, so never mind. Alright, we're immediately slightly higher up on the board. Doesn't take much. No, that's not. Version Snow is... I was like, which one of these is what we're after? We don't have any pearl crystals. We can just make it slightly better for everyone, just to give even the odds a little more. I'm basically just seeing what I can get away with little effort. I do want to make better bombs though, if I can. God, why is the starting gear you get so bad that even like basic no effort extras buff everyone? Come on. You know, come on. Oh, I have no red flowers. Yeah, that ain't, we ain't cooking shit. We ain't cooking shit, but we got some reds, I guess. That's just quality, so I'm not first. That's the demo bomb. Big burn could be nice. We have no greens, that's the end of the road. Got it. So let's try and make it so it's even less guard. And even less guard! Good time, but also increases power, sure. And then we'll make that our main bomb. And you can have the other one, sure. Alright, let's save and try it again. And if this doesn't work, then yeah, fine, I'll do a little grinding, I guess. Because it's only the first obstacle. It's not like with, Lilla and Empel's one where we've seen everything. It was just rematch the final boss with like less equipment and, you know, only 2 people. And like pre-made equipment that's like really shit. Not even the Genesis hammer was going to save us from that. But all in all, like, just as we're doing this, out of the character DLCs, even though I didn't finish it, Lilla's is the best one. Then Lent, just because you actually do something. Then Claudia's because it's just cooking. And then Tao's because it's nothing. It's just you do it. This movie told us not to let our guard down. Oh well, let's give it another shot. I do love that there's unique dialogue for if you round 2 a boss. That's appreciated. Because it actually does feel like, yeah, these guys lost and had to retreat. Claudia's dead. We just need it to not beeline for one member of the party. The whole time it's like locking down and focusing on one member of the party. Yeah, we're not gonna win. We need it to space itself out. So now Ryza's gonna die because she got hyper targeted. That's the biggest thing we need. We need it to just not focus down on someone and actually, you know, group spread it out so we can keep on top of things. What would also be nice is if we would actually get to start with an initiative, so we actually get started at tech level 2. But because we don't, ugh. Yeah, let's grind some resources for a sec and see what we can make. I'm not going to spend too long here. If we get stuck again, then once again I'm still not fussed. It's not like I've got another adventure in the main game I want to do after we beat this and whatnot. All I'm doing is getting to alchemy level 99 and then making an item. See with Ryza and Claudia kissing the summer home during the night time. Yeah, you want like the literal romantic like beach love story. We'll see if that happens in Ryza 3. Fair, what I should do. God, our defense is so low. I was gonna say I should really have Lent in. As much as I don't want to, I should really have Lent in. Which means I should really remake his weapon. Because Lent's just got better defense. So hopefully he might be able to tank a little more. But at the same time I like Lilla because she's fast, it kinda helps. It won't happen, but I'd be so damn pleased if it does. Yeah, they probably won't go that way. At most, they might, like... I think there is a chance we could get a kiss scene, maybe. The only thing is that it's not like with, like, you know, Blue Reflection, where it was, you know, ultimately 2 characters that aren't the main character. Ryza is the protagonist, and I don't know if that will, like, if that changes how they want to handle some things. Oh, that's our island way over there. Nice. Like, if it's because it's main character, they don't want them to settle with someone or anything like that. Like, they want to be left it open for people. Just because I felt like no one else made a competent one. I mean, my main book I'm working on, Demon of Zenelheim, features a lesbian couple, but it doesn't mean, like, it wasn't because I set out to do that. It's nature of the beast. I said my writing style, every single character doesn't have a gender identity. Well, when I first start writing and start putting things together, they're just character A, character B, character C, so on and so forth. It just so happened character A and character B were designed to fall in love, and they both ended up being female when it came to further designing them. And that's literally how I've always written it with every book I do. The characters are like genderless, direct individuals, because I'd rather that than like force, like, because you end up almost, not deliberately, but you could almost end up writing them certain ways without even thinking about it, if you already know right at the start they're male or female or trans or whatever. And I never want that. I never want that to even come from my brain. I always want them to feel like their own people without any of that, like, design on top. So glad I brought a swimsuit. Found a nice place to change. Hyper aggressive with heavy-handed messaging. Fair. Alright, we don't have any... Yeah, this ore's not around. Yeah, and there's nothing to make more, damn. So we really do have to just make the most of what we got. It's gonna be brutal fight choreography. I've got more aggressive with them, but I usually like spectacle. I want you to be able to sit there, like, take a step back and imagine it and go, Jesus fucking Christ. Like the fact that they've got a character who, like, part of their demonic lineage is that they can make, like, body parts out of their own blood. She's missing an arm, so she makes a blood arm, but then she channels her blood into it to solidify it. And so when it gets severed off, it's still a blooded arm that's, like, left on its own. She then makes, like, blood wings, takes the enemy into the sky, but later on, like, a trail of blood lingers from her body and travels all the way through the sky back down to the ground, nabs that arm, and brings it through, whilst molding it through the sky into a spike so she can, like, stab it into the skull of the enemy. Like, it's shit like that where it's just like, I went, okay, what crazy bullshit could I go with this? And I just go for it. That was my form Pixif. Fair. I am actually gonna make this just to see what length stats look like afterwards. I know I can't get this stuff, but I can at least do this. If length stats are half decent, I'll make the swap. Minus the speed dip, it's kind of no contest. But yeah, there's kind of no contest. Fine, you're up, Lent. This guy who isn't trying to use grappling to slow themselves down from dragon momentum. Oh, yeah. But then at the same time, equally with like the whole spectacle thing, I have had fights that are deliberately more simple and more choreograph focused. Like in my older books, Mary and Vincent, the ultimate fight of the book is between Mary and her brother. And that's like hulking might versus slinky, athletic martial artist. So I made it extremely choreographed and how those two different styles clash and how they fight and how eventually Mary, through more luck than anything, eventually finds her way through. Well, with skill as well, of course, but just a mixture of the two. Eventually she finds her way through and defeats her brother. I like alternating. Demon of Zen, the biggest challenge, and it's part of the reason why the book's taken me so long, is that there's so much more fight scenes in it. Alright, I'm going to give you one more proper attempt, and then equally I'm leaving because I'm not that fussed. I'd rather try and get the platinum before we wrap up. Let's see if Lent makes any of a difference. We basically just need this enemy to not prioritize one member of the party immediately. That's the biggest thing. We need it to space out. If it does that, we're fine. What would also be nice if the game let us transfer our main game equipment, but no. That'd be too easy. Once inside Japanese castle areas of New York skyscraper during the nighttime. Jesus, that's like something straight out of Yakuza. Oh, come on! Len, you got critted? Why did I even fucking bring you? What a load of bullshit. What? Disturbing bathing suit is just why. Feels a bit close, that's the annoying thing. I just looked at its health, it's like we're actually vaguely close. Oh, Jesus Christ. We might not be so close anymore. It's just if Len didn't take that random stray crit, we would have been fine. Is that 2013? Stop playing still 2019. Oh no, I'm not saying that it's I wasn't accusing or anything like that. I'm just saying it reminds me of like Kiwami 2. Damn it, we were so close as well. Okay, we can do this. I'm not going to give up. With that fucking close, we just needed Lent to not get criticaled. That's literally all we needed to be different there. We needed Lent to not take a critical hit. We need him to be a bit more of a champ. Do you hear me? You fuck? It was not humorous. No, don't worry, dude. We're going to stick with this. I think we can do it. I'm not going to... It's not like with Lilla and Emple's DLC, where it's like, Jesus Christ, it's very apparent we're going to have to do a lot of grinding to get on top of this. No, it doesn't feel that way with this. It just feels like we need a teeny tiny bit more favor. And we need Lent to fucking... If Lent hadn't got critted, I think we would have won. Genuinely. I think if Lent hadn't got critted and went down, because I looked at his health and went, oh yeah, he'll live that. And then it said crit, and then he died, and I was like, God, damn, come on. Let's fight this thing. Maybe I'm honoured by the comparison. Yeah. But you know what I mean? Like, you remember that bit from Yakuza Kiwami 2? It's like when you're looking for Haruka, and it's like you go to like this special island area or whatever, and like this giant pagoda is hidden there for some reason. That's what it immediately reminded me of. Yep. Oh, it's weak to ice. Oh, I already threw the firebomb. Whoops. Oh, we're gonna be here a while if we start grinding. We just need better resources. Oh! Be like a really cool armor set. Or an energy pendant. Okay, what? Who would be best for having it? I'm feeling brave. Yeah, I can mission so much. Yeah, it's... Haruka's a weird one. It's only when it comes to platinuming, like the Haruka missions are really annoying. But like in terms of like an actual character, Haruka's alright. It's just I wish the Haruka missions weren't a thing, or they were way better handled. It's still an items game. Yep. I just need a bit more defense to survive. That's the problem. Oh shit, we can make a lift. We've got a wing plant. Okay, it's fine, I guess. It's the fact that it goes all over the place was my thing with Haruka. Like, they set something up with her, like, not wanting to do any of the modeling and whatnot in, like, Kiwami 2, and yet she's literally a model in 5, and I'm like, what? That was a nightmare, yeah. It's part of the reason. Haruka is genuinely one of the biggest reasons why I have zero interest in, like, platinuming the Yakuza games. Because it just seems like so much work that I can't be bothered to do. So don't get me wrong, I love the Yakuza games, but I don't want to end up hating them. And they will drive me to hate, I know they will. Oh, there's like no bugs. Let's just make this as is for a sec. Decreases reduces trait levels. Let's do banish speed, make this so the boss slows down. 7 if I save wizard. Well, no, after you told me you raw powered and didn't even use the Genesis hammer to beat the super boss, I'm starting to think, dude, like, you need to just kind of stop, look at all your equipment and like sort shit out, because I think that's what's holding you back. I don't think raw stats and levels is what's stopping you. I think you could probably do it. So I'm also kind of glancing outside because I'm watching the weather, because my mother dear has stuck the washing out, and it's like if it starts raining, which feels like it's kind of imminent, I have to kind of quickly go get it before otherwise it will just soak, you know. Alright, let's give this boss one more go. And hopefully Lent will live. There might be other chests hidden around as well, actually, that also give me more accessories and whatnot that I'm missing. That can help turn the tide. Like, round hit? Oh, how did I know, huh? Back. I platinum both Ryza games. I mean, fair. Also, do we just pick up a rusted sword? That's not an accessory, is it? That's just a resource. That's just a resource. Come on. I don't know, but it was just you saying that you didn't even notice items there, so you had to do it the raw power way. It's like there's so much easier ways of doing it. You saw it there in that video. Well, I managed to beat the kind of like that was my first attempt, and I didn't really think about it, and the boss died. It is kind of surprising to me, though, just how much easier of a platinum this Ryza is compared to the other Atelier games. Because I look at the other ones, and it's like, Fierce as well is going to be the monster. Fierce is like, see every character ending, I need to go through the game again, so I need to beat Sophie in the exam hall. Like, there's so many little things that will just make that take forever, the platinum. And it's like, Sophie 1... Like, not Furious, Lily and Suli's not too bad, because I've got to save before the endings to just get most of the different endings. I was going to have to do another playthrough for the normal ending, but that's manageable. Overwhelming forces, I've always known how to handle things in life. Doesn't mean you can't open the door to something new. I'm messing. If it works for you, it works for you. Oh, I didn't equip the fucking wind. I didn't equip the luft. I was going to say, let's see if it's weak to wind. I never even equipped it to find out. I mean, we won't get a boosting, there's no reason to boost. a bad habit because I was raised in a state of 5000% aggro. Fair. Use your items? Yeah, can do, boss. Go for it. Come on, before it breaks, before it resumes or fixes. Oh, come on. Oh. Hey! Sometimes I need to sit back and evaluate myself something, but it's the same criticism. Yeah, but ultimately, if it works, it works. It's just, for me, I'm always the sort of person where if something doesn't work, I immediately take a step back. Like, immediately. Like, I don't even try it twice most of the time. I immediately go, okay, and I'm almost like the polar opposite. I'm immediately look for something else. I'm like the polar opposite problems. We're two opposites. Alright, we did it. It was close, but we pulled it off. Indeed, you did quite well, despite having no time to prepare. Got kind of dicey there, but it all worked out in the end. Now everyone can go back to fishing in peace. Our mission is complete. I'm sure Moritz is dying to hear from us. Let's get ready to return. Hold on a second. What is it? I know we're technically done here, but I mean, look around you. We're already here in this beautiful place. Don't you just want to stay a little longer? Yeah, Ryza's got a point. I suppose I wouldn't mind exploring the area a bit more. Who knows when you might get a chance to visit a place like this again. Well, if you all insist. Is there any reason to say no? At least for a little while. Woohoo! Alright, nobody's ever gone to explore this place, right? So we might find something new. Let's go! So this literally, hang on. We'll have to run all the way around, but this literally... Friends are similar to you in that regard. They get frustrated with how I am. Mine didn't get frustrated with me. A lot of mine just stopped being my friends. A lot of them just kind of left. And I don't blame them. It's just like, I always go back to a good old college. But it's just, yeah, college was problematic. Alright, so this literally just... It's back to Mr. Brown's place. I didn't know it was connected like this. Can we just drop off? Yes, we can. Restock and go around. But I have like a couple of friends that are tried and true and have stuck around for forever and put up with my shit. And there's a couple people at work that I genuinely adore and have all the time for in the world, and we kind of look out for each other a lot. And they know what I mean by that, like some of the work ones, is that, like, keep in mind, we work in basically a superstore. One of them went out of his way to write me a Christmas card. Like, I showed up on my, like, in my locker, or, like, near my locker, sorry, and I was just like, oh, thanks, dude. It was just a little, like, Merry Christmas card, but it was still like, oh, cheers, dude, nice. Some friends of mine for like, generally 7 to 14 years. Now, most of mine... My main two that I was stuck around with, I've known them since school, so like that's like a decade now. That was like when I was like 11. That's really sweet of him. Yeah. Hey, is this? I noticed it too, right? It's gherkin fruit, but it's kind of different. It's kind of what my father's so interested in, isn't it? Yep, it's our island's local specialty. Or like, without meaning to big myself up, like one of the girls. She's like one of the newer members of staff, and like she's like just turned 18, so she's kind of a child, really. I'm fucking around a little bit, but you get what I mean. She's young and she's like learning and figuring things out. She was like super sick the other shift, and she got sent home in the end because like it was clear she wasn't fit enough to work, but she came in anyway, not wanting to disappoint anyone. So I made sure to, like, the morning afterwards, just to kind of message her and check up on her, and we ended up chatting for ages just because, you know, it's nature of the beast sort of thing. And it was like, it's just the fact that I could just do that, and it was like, it wasn't seen as odd or weird. I could just be like, hey, you doing alright? Feeling a bit better? And she was like, oh yeah, thanks for checking up, this sort of thing. positives is in the lowest. I mean, AOE killed out of Warzone. Let's count how many people committed. Yeah. I don't have that quite a claim, but I do try my best for others, because I'd rather others be happy in my place, even if I've had a lot of shit go on through mine. Anyway, it's our local line of specialty, super sweet and juicy, and the best ones smell really nice, so you can tell the quality by just one sniff. But I've never seen one so huge before. How the heck did it get this big? If I had to guess, I'd say it's the warmer weather. All those other plants were bigger too, right? But it also feels a lot tougher and thicker than ours. I wonder if it's even edible. That's how he's gonna be like this. I just had a great idea. From the finest Kirkin fruit on the island and bring it to me. Okay, but what are you planning to do with it? Don't worry about that. Just find the best one you can, okay? Oh, that's a puny. I went to run towards that though. Giant Kirkin fruit. So this is the new ingredient we'll get when we go into the main game after we're done. I'm sure my best mate these empty too. That's coming from the floor and you don't focus on short. And that's badass, dude. I'm glad that you got to be able to do that for anyone. Right, here you go. What's your plan here, Len? Alright, it's the best one I could find. Now will you tell us what this is all about? We're gonna play Fruit Splitter. Fruit Splitter. That's a great idea! Right, we can't play with our Kirkin fruit, but these ones are just so tough it would work. What's Fruit Splitter? You ever heard of it? Alright, there's some fruit on the ground. You put on a blindfold and try and split it open. We play all the time back home. We usually use pumpkins, not Kirkin fruit. We use the ones that are too tough to eat. We bust them open and use them as fertilizer. Wow, that does sound like fun. We're gonna play on the beach, right? It's basically the perfect place. Sounds good. Darn straight. Alright, let's play. These fucking kids. Oh, and Lilla and Empel came along anyway. Okay, sure. Or is this just supposed to be like the end of episode, little funsy jump around? Okay, what's with all the shots? Speed sphere, night side sphere. Yeah, I hear ya. God damn, Lilla looks so good in the swimsuit. It's like, it's a bit like dangerous because it's like no straps or anything. Like that's if you come out of the water too quick, you're in trouble. Kind of like water pressure would pull that down. Kind of problematic. Oh, Ryza. Look, Claudia and Ryza are just going around being best buds. Tao. Like, Len, sure, Len looks alright because he's all muscly and everything. Tao right next to him, though, Jesus Christ. So we're gonna play Fruit Splitter or not? Oh yeah, almost forgot. Hold on a sec. Oh, give me 1 second, guys. Alright, give me 1 second, guys. The weather is definitely turning, so I'm going to get that washing in before it gets soaked and it's just a waste of a day. So give me like 5 minutes to just get it in. Stare at this group staring at fruit for 5 minutes. See you in a minute. Right, I'm back. Got it all done, super tickety split and whatever. Anyway, let's continue. So, you just use this stake to split it open?
Yes.
Exactly. But why don't we make things a little more exciting? What did you have in mind? We'll have someone stand next to it. The risk of getting bashed makes it even more exciting. I'm not sure what I was expecting coming from you.
Oh.
I think it sounds fun. Alright, so who's gonna do it? You are. What? Seriously? Why me? Oh no, Len. Len's like, please spare me. Oh no, Len. Oh, okay. Here goes nothing. Take real good aim, okay, Ryza? I head the right way. Yeah, you got it. Uh-oh. Relen's like, please no, please no, please no, please no, please no, please no, please no. he's freaking out. You seem to be on the right track, bud.
Yes.
Here I go. She's absolutely gonna bonk Len. Yep. She absolutely hit Len. She absolutely bonked Len. They were so much fun. I managed to split the Kirkin flute clean in two. Oh no, never mind. She did hit the fruit. Indeed, your aim was true. Actually, I could smell it from a mile away, so I had a pretty good idea where it was. I take it back. I thought she bonked Len. Len's head survived the bonking. I don't know where it was. I see. Very clever of you. I always thought our part of the world was so boring, basically nothing to do. What's with you? You sound like your old self again. No, it's just... Now I think of all this peace and quiet, it's kind of nice. Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm sure this gorgeous scenery has something to do with it too. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, let's come back here again sometime. Oh yeah, that's a great idea. I'd love to spend more time here. Only if Moritz gives his permission, of course. Let's not worry about that. He almost never comes here anyway, right? Now we know where it is, we can come here whenever we want. We are a bunch of troublemaking brats, you know that. Is that how it ends? Like, Empel's just like, oh, Jesus Christ, these children. Yeah, that's how it ends! Empel's just like, oh god, these children. It's been unlocked. New photo mode. New photo mode. You can also now go to Moritz Island yourself.
Ryza no Atelier. Tokoyami.
Alright, now let's go into the main game and see if we can do some trophy cleanup. Just before we wrap. For Lens, Dragon of Light will now appear. You can fight the Dragon of Light at Meteor Castle. It's much stronger than it was during Lent's episode, make sure you're well prepared, aka it's now a super boss. Towels, memories, liquid gel, polish, and cleansing gel. Right, to show you what I've been up to on my journey to 100% this game. First, let's look at our stats. 364, 211, 50, 150. I've been working. And I managed to get... Yeah, for using this, I managed to get Braver, which is a trophy, which is have level 10 across the board and good stats. I made, you know, Lila my Braver holder. I got an elixir ring on people. I am, like, insanely kitted. I have been working. I've put in the good grind and made sure to get on top of it all. Got a new legend. That sounds sick, but no, we'll keep it what we got. So all I need to do, if you go to our synthesis, I'm level 96. I need to get the 99 and I need to upgrade an item to it, and then I've got the platinum. That's the only 2 trophies I'm missing. So I think since that's all we're doing, we can do that. And it also gives me a chance, whilst we're doing this, to try and give away my actual final thoughts since we are done. To just quickly summarize the DLCs, they're all okay at best, but I don't think any of them on their own are worth it. I think together all of them, I guess, become worth it, but I think individually, like, Taos is not fucking worth it. Lens is okay, Claudia's is okay, you get what I mean? Like, all of these things are just alright. Even if I didn't finish it, I do still... Oh god, these give nothing. Good. Good. Good, I'm so glad. I guess this doesn't, again, it's like super early, so of course it's going to be low, but still. I'm not going to waste my time now, I'm just going to make them. Also, Polish is finally in this game. Polish got relegated to DLC, how baffling. Oh jeez. We've got all of this. This... Oh, whoops, I pressed circle by accident. Even though I've got the trophy, the reason why this is not undone is because that Serene Spirit Water, it's a DLC item only. So it doesn't count. And there's another item, this, the Meltstone, where it says you need lost material and you get the Grudge Globe. Lost material, it can only be found in the 4th area of the main DLC land. So you literally can't access it. Got Moritz Islands here. Alright. Let's find a high level item. And try and get as much experience as we need. But outside of that, yeah, main game. I like this game. I really do. Of course I do. It's an Atelier game. What was you expecting? But I'm more interested to see where it goes from here. It's not like with Sophie where I liked it for its own thing, or Furious where despite some gripes I still liked it for its own thing. This one is like, I really liked it, and I really enjoyed it, and I do think it's better than Furious and Sophie 1 in terms of actual raw enjoyment. But I am also super interested to see what they do beyond this and see where this goes. Like, I'm excited for to get to Ryza 2. Ready above Furious? Oh no, I heavily disagree. This game's really fucking good. I get, like, because I know you don't like these slightly more action-y RPGs, so of course it'd be like that. But, no, the only Atelier games I prefer over this are Sophie 2 and Lily and Sully. Like, this is like my 4th favourite. I prefer this over Blue Reflection 1, prefer this over both Knights of Azures, prefer this over Furious and Sophie 1 easily. Because even though I like Sophie 1 a lot, there's no denying, like, some of the age and jank it's got that this game doesn't have by nature of smoothing a lot of things. I prefer this game's alchemy system easily. This game's alchemy system is really fun. It takes you a minute to get used to, but I love it. Because it's just quicker. It's just quicker. But I know a lot of it. It isn't just like nature of like what you like and dislike about the characters. Because yeah, like I'll agree. Of the main, like, 6 characters, unlike previous Atelier games where, like, you naturally end up caring for all of them, in this game, Tao is so fucking unnecessary. He's just there. But, like, Lent I liked. I know, like you said, that his story kind of goes different ways in the next game, but I'll get to that when I get to that. But in terms of what's just this game, I like him. I wish they did a little bit more of his story arc, but I like what we got. And Empol, he's more... I like him because I like the history and the extension he has alongside Lilla, which I know is kind of cheating, because I like Lilla by default, but still. It's a mixed bag. But so I get that with the characters, but the actual gameplay style, the only part of the gameplay style I don't like is that your side characters, whoever you're not in direct control of, feels irrelevant. Lightly. Well, I'll get to that when I get to that. Like, Corey had a disappointing finale, but it didn't stop me liking her. You know? It didn't stop me thinking she was one of the better characters of the series. It's just that she had some disappointing points in her story. And if it's the same deal with Len, it's the same deal with Len. I said, but the actual gameplay thing, as someone who grew up, like, lives off turn-based JRPGs as a rule, I really like this. Because it reminded me of classic Final Fantasy. It's literally an active time battle RPG, so it's still a JRPG. It's still technically turn-based. It's just heavily evolved from that formula. Because it's still technically turns, just instead of it actually being telling you your turn then their turn, it's wait timer who decides whose turn will come up next. That's how in Lent's story, I have no idea. Here's the mechanics. I'd say for me it's literally just Tao. It's literally just Tao. Tao needs a rework. He needs something big to happen in his character arc in the next game. If it's just the same sort of thing, but no, he's a bit more mature and a little less scared, then he's just a wasted character. As far as I'm concerned. Like, I'm prepared to give them all some leeway because they clearly went into this knowing that this is more of the first chapter than it's its own game. Well, it is its own game, but you know what I mean. Like, they had this with Ryza 2 and maybe Ryza 3 in mind and doing it this way instead of it being a Atelier Claudio in the next game or whatever, you know? Atelier next character. They kept this, they knew from the start, they probably knew from the start they wanted to make this all about Ryza for the whole trilogy. So some character arcs were deliberately designed to not be as forefront. Proves the battle mechanics to be poor from the main story mechanics. If it's the battle mechanics are fine, the problem with the DLCs is that they don't give you anything to do anything with those mechanics. It doesn't mean there's something wrong with the mechanic by default. The game giving you none of the bells and whistles to use the mechanic doesn't make the mechanic flawed, it makes the DLCs flawed. And that is the genuine gripe I have. The DLCs in these games just aren't that good. Like, it's the only real sour point. And I get this was like the first real time they did like big DLCs for any of their games, so of course they were still figuring it out. And it's also partially my fault that I played a game they made later, which had a far better DLC, because I played Sophie 2 first. But it's still worth mentioning, and I hope it gets a lot better in Ryza 2. And by that I mean, I don't want to load up Ryza 2 and there'd be like another 5 episodes. A decision to make. It comes to the overall structure of the battle mechanics. No, because it's nothing to do with the battle mechanics. All the battle mechanics work fine. But if I gave you like your favorite meal, but deliberately removed half the ingredients and told you, isn't it still your favorite meal? Why don't you like it? You're not gonna. And that's what they did. They give you the corest basic version of the battle mechanics and give you absolutely nothing else with it and say deal with it. And so it's not as fun because it's missing the recipe. They didn't follow the recipe, that's missing ingredients and it's missing its flavor. And that's what the DLCs are. I love the game mechanics in this game. So my only real gripe is that I wish I had more influence over my teammates, instead of it having to be hard switch to them. But I know that's my Final Fantasy kicking in. Because in Final Fantasy like 4 onwards to 9, you had complete control of everyone, and I miss that. So that makes the present product meal a problem. And yeah, but that doesn't mean the thing is, it's like the DLC, the point I'm trying to make is that the core mechanics are fine. The core mechanics work. It's what the game did with them in the DLCs that I have my problem with. There isn't, I don't have a problem with the core mechanics. I think they're not only fine, but fun. Expects we have a past versus present tense. Yeah, I guess. Like, for me, it's like, I genuinely enjoyed it. So my only thing is I wish there was more influence over your party members. If they sort that out in the next game, we're in business. And I don't know if they will, and even if they don't, it's not a deal breaker, because I still really enjoy it. There's always Ryza free. Because I put this as like my 4th favourite and Gust game. The only ones it's below is Lydian Suli, Sophie 2, and obviously Blue Reflection Second Light. I'm just making random shit, by the way, and I hope it'll eventually bump up my level more. If anything that's got like a decent level on it, means, oh, maybe it'll give me more experience, make it. I didn't have this problem in Sophie 2, because in Sophie 2, I hit level 99 with both characters, and so I had like a million things to make. I was like, oh, okay. A lot of these mechanics into there more efficiently, in my opinion. Yeah, and what's interesting as well is that Sophie 2 still wanted to respect that it was Mysterious series and not, you know, like modern. So it still kept it turn-based when they could have easily, like made it adopt Ryza's style. No, they kept it deliberately mysterious. That makes it sound like it's hiding something, but no, I mean as in like Mysterious era, while at the same time still taking the lessons they learned from the Ryza games. So it was like the best case scenario in that regard. Well, especially, I say best case scenario. Best case scenario if you like pure JRPGs. Because then it's just a JRPG with even more experience from the team into it. So of course it was going to be better. Is there anything good we can rebuild to get a lot of points quick? I originally played this game because it was offending a lot of people on Twitter. Those who supported it overhyped it, and I think that stained my enjoyment partially. Yeah, I know a lot of people were like talking about because, you know, I always make the joke, but Pfizer, but even then, that never like... That never bugged me in this game. Like, the fan service, I felt, was more subtle than egregious. Lilla acknowledged it still didn't feel like it was egregious, so that stuff didn't bother me. I just enjoyed this game for what it is. This game too often got disconnected. But yeah, what happened is they pulled the plug out of you and plugged it into me, because I live for this shit. This is fun. That's what happened. It is different, and I get that different is not going to be for everyone. But for me, I just want more. And so for me, it'll be fun going into Ryza 2, just to see what they do different, what they learn from, if they do learn, what they don't learn from, what they change, how much bigger the map is or isn't. That's where the general direction will eventually exclude me. Well, think of it this way. How much changes from Arland to Dusk? And how much changes from Dusk to Mysterious? And how much has changed from Mysterious to Secret? I've always got the impression, when they start a new saga, they just like taking new risks and trying new things. So just because this one isn't for you, or doesn't quite suit the way you want it to, doesn't suddenly mean whatever comes next is going to be it's going to be even more that direction or whatever. They could just do something different. And heck, they might refine this in a different way and still keep it like the ATB system, but in a way that you enjoy more. You never know. And I'm going to be more optimistic about it because, like I said, I like this. Jesus Christ, I just realized how many points these consume if you use some of these. Try and like Ryza 3 to PH. Trials across still 1-4 retain the classic JRPG quality from recent here, and more hype for Trails of Revere. Fair. I'm super stoked for Ryza 3. the end of Ryza's story, open world, because I want to see how Gust handle open world for themselves. You know, I want to, like, there's so many little things I just want to learn and figure out and see what they're going to do with, and everything in between. Mechanically playing Aisha. Yeah, but you get what I mean. Like, Gus as a company are always prepared to make changes and take risks if it suits. So why expect any different now? And at least that's what I'm sticking to. As everyone learned from Shaylee. Yeah. Ah, that'll make it 99. So this is the item. Okay, we need to keep this in mind when we eventually get 99 to come back to the elixir ring. Proper into Ryza. And even then, this game hasn't completely deviated. I feel like that gets exaggerated to an extent. But I said it's still turn-based to an extent. It's just a very different nature of turn-based. And I think that's the only way that I can think to explain it. Is that it's very core, a very different nature of turn-based, but it's still an RPG where actions take time and there's an order to how things happen, and there's stat boosting, there's item crafting that become very dominant. I think in this game, item crafting, like, that's another thing, actually, I can critique while we're at it. In the next game, they don't have to go crazy with it, but I feel like it's the same criticism I gave Sophie 1. Nerf the items just a little bit. Like, you don't have to buff the skills, so I actually think the skills are alright in this game, but the items, just a smidge. Not too much, just a smidge for the sake of balance, because you can get way too deadly in this game. The hammer being the proof. They tweak things here and there, but the change did not happen in Cataclysmic Mazma as it is now. Elevation comes from the Uncanny Valley effect. Eh. So if you haven't gathered it right now, anytime you hear me go, no, alright, or like that, more often than not, that's me just giving my brain time to think. That's not me dismissing, that's me just literally giving my brain time to catch up and think about what I want to say. It's just I do it in the worst way possible. Instead of just saying, oh, give me a sec, I just go, Been involved, we're trying the whiplash. Yeah, I get that. I mean, I had that. Once again, bring up Final Fantasy. Fucking going from 10 to 12. Because I said 12 is radically different. Because it's literally a single player MMO. Where you make actions on the field and every action has consequence and you explore as you go, and it's not turn-based, you don't transition into battles or anything like that, it's more active. And that really threw me off and was part of the reason why, among other things, I hated it when I was a kid. The other one was that it's insanely hard if you're not paying attention, and of course as a kid you don't pay attention, so I got rinsed. But then when I came back as an adult and gave it its fair share, I loved it. And it really surprised me, because it went from like my straight up worst Final Fantasy in my mind. Like, I thought it was like the shit. I thought it was like awful. And now it's like in my top 5 maybe. Like, I really like 12. Like, it's really fun to me. It's like dangerously addictive because of like the sheer scale and the fact that there's stuff literally everywhere. The level of ambition that game had is absurd. Still one, the more I realise similarities between mechanics there. Right, how much is that at? 17? Oh, jeez. That's only level 8, so it's not worth it. Let's make another fucking crown, sure, why not? Oh, my stomach's rumbling. Oh, to be fair, it is 20 to 4 in my time. Just respond to Mother Dearest. Arden's chapter is my favourite, enjoyed his character. Absolutely. Arden was phenomenal, and I think it's a real shame what became of that line of DLC. Because that was supposed to be the first of several, but the director left the studio, so the rest of the DLC got scrapped. Instead of trying to push it on under a different name, they just, Square Enix just made a decision, no, scrap the rest of the DLCs. Arden is my preference. Fair enough. Well, hopefully, even though there's, you know, NES and SNES era games, when the pixel remasters come out, I can show them to you in a good light, and you can see why I love them so much and why they became what they are to me. Even if FF4 can be a little cryptic at times, hopefully we can have fun. And I won't be getting... This is more for anyone who hops in. I won't be getting the pink puff armor. It's not happening. That is so much of a goddamn grind to get the pink puff. Or you have to like sort of hyper plus. No, fuck the pink puffs. It's not worth it. I'll get Excalibur, and I'll get the Excalibur armor, or the holy armor, sorry. But I'm not getting pink puff because that's such a grind in 4. Examples of 1-4 from my SNES emulator. Fair enough. And to explain to you, one man, what the pink puff is, in Final Fantasy IV, in the very last dungeon of the game, there's one specific room that has an enemy that has a 5% chance of spawning whenever you get a random encounter. That enemy, although it's like called something like the pink vortex, or like the pink slime or whatever, in the original translation, it was just called the pink puff. Killing it has a something like 2% chance to drop a very specific resource you can then take to the dwarfs in the underworld, and they will make the best armor set in the game for you. Out of it. I have never in my life bothered. Actually, tell a lie, I think I tried once, and I fought enough pink puffs but never got it, and eventually went, nah, that's too much of a grind, I'm good. The Foxfur dyed pink like Cruel de Vil, and I find it fabulous. Fair enough. And I'll say it's a whole different beast because Final Fantasy V then completely leaned into it more. FF5 I'll cover at one point as well, but not straight away, because Final Fantasy V, there's a reason why still to this day it's branded as the hardest Final Fantasy. It's because if you're not prepared to keep up with it, it will eat you alive. And it's like literally the opening dungeon of the game. If you're not prepared to learn the systems and mechanics and learn how this game does it different from the others, it will devour you. It is viciously evil. So if I'm going into that one, I'm going in on my terms. So I want to play at 14. Is this enough to move me to level 99? Hey, there we go. Trophy unlocked. Total mastery. I know you guys can't see that. Right, and where's that elixir ring? And I should pop the other trophy and get me my platinum. Yes, Ultra Alchemy. I need to find a good pose for my screenshot. That'll do. That'll do. Atelier Ryza, platinum unlocked. I know you guys can't see that, but I just got the platinum. So it counterintuitive to my general modus operandi. Of fun. Well, look, the biggest thing with 5 is that Final Fantasy III introduced alternating jobs. 5 goes all the way in. And what I mean is you can basically change your class in Final Fantasy III whenever you want. In 5, it goes all in on it. It's like there's like 20-something jobs. But what you might not realize straight away, and if you don't learn it, that's when the game starts getting brutal, is every time you max out a job, it gets auto-applied to freelance, which freelance is your default job. So what you're actually doing is not get your healer mage, get your aggressor mage, get your monk, and get your knight. That's on the black, thank you. And go in and do your best. No, what it actually is maxing out a class and immediately swapping it to something else in the hopes that eventually you'll max out every job class, go back to freelance, and have like 4 characters that are walking toolkits. That have every healing spell, every aggressor spell, every monk technique, every samurai technique, every mimic ability, every duplication technique, every alchemy technique, etc, etc. So that they're all walking machines. The thing is that it's a SNES game, and what's the biggest hurdle of any hard NES or SNES game that has layers? They don't fucking tell you. So if you're when you first play FF5 and you don't know about that, and you don't know that every time you max out a job it gets added to freelance, you'll eventually get stuck because the game expects you to know that, and will try and keep up with that. You get what I mean? So it's like it expects you to have access to everything, so the difficulty rises up to compensate. If you're not aware of that physics and all that system, and you still got like black mage, white mage, monk, and knight, for example, you're getting eaten alive. You're not winning. And that's ignoring the fact that the game also has the 2 hardest super bosses in the entire franchise. One of them then became iconic with the franchise and has shown up in a large number of Final Fantasies ever since, that being Omega Weapon. A giant bipedal walker that's sole purpose is to kill gods, and I'm not even kidding, that's its lore. It's a dimension-traveling godslayer, and it's just a robot gone rogue. And every time you defeat it, it doesn't die and blow up, or it does blow up, but it doesn't die, it gets taken to a different dimension. Which is why it's always the hardest boss in whatever game it shows up in, because it's a literal robot godslayer wobbling around between dimensions, and that's where it ends up in other Final Fantasies. It's always the same thing anytime you play a Final Fantasy. It's even in 15, and it's the hardest thing in 15. The other boss is Shinryu, which, Shinryu is... The only reason I have a problem with Shinryu is that it's the ultimate super boss of the game alongside Omega Weapon, and it's a surprise trap. It's not something you choose to go fight, it's a trap you walk into, because it's in a treasure chest in the final dungeon. And it's like, because it's SNES game design, and so you could just walk up to this treasure chest, not know that one of the hardest super bosses and hardest things in Final Fantasy is chilling in it. You haven't saved in a while, you open that fucking box and suddenly a giant dragon comes out of it and kills you in one hit, and you're like, ah! It's one of those things, if you know it's there, it's not a problem, because it's a really obvious trap chest when you think about it, because it's in the middle of nowhere, with like no enemies around it, like it's really ominous, and it's just kind of there. But it's the fact that it's like, once you hit it once, you never hit it again until you're like prepared. Which not going to go a finale. Yeah, best of luck with that in all seriousness. I'm just going to save my game and enjoy the fact that I platinumed an Atelier game finally. But tomorrow we're starting Modern Warfare 2 Remastered on Veteran. So that'll be a fucking journey. That'll be me dying a lot. And that will be both tomorrow and Thursday. I plan to finish on Thursday. But after that, like I said, after Thursday's stream, I've got 2 midnight shifts in a row at work, which is why my break starts after that stream. Why after Thursday I'm not streaming for a bit, because the 2 midnight shifts, then it's Christmas. It's going to be, I've got it on my calendar, like I think it's the 30th. I'm coming back, like officially coming back. The reason why I say officially is because I know my impatience, and I know at some point between Christmas and the 30th, I'll probably do a guerrilla stream. I'll probably just like an unscheduled stream and just be like, I just wanted to play something, let's go. But when we do come back from the break, we'll be coming back to the break to dive straight into Ryza 2. So that being said, there's not no general game plan of what's going on. Thank you all so much for watching as always, and I'll see you next time. I said tomorrow is Modern Warfare 2 Remastered's Veteran campaign. Oh boy. You guys take care now.